Hey, hello everybody. Happy Tuesday. Hope y'all are doing well. Back. We're gonna do a little bit of a fun one today. Well, just for fun sort of stream. I'm gonna play some Total Chaos. I've played this game before. I've actually gone through it twice on my own. I've never streamed it before. I had picked it up a while back with the intention to stream it. Um, but I was in the midst of not only taking a break from streaming, but just being very busy with game dev stuff, which I'm still busy with. But I ended up just kind of playing it because I needed like some sort of game to sort of unwind with. Not that this is necessarily the most chill of games or anything, but it's fun, and I kind of wanted to play this again after going through Creasol recently. I just sort of had the urge to want to play this again, and I figured, well, we never really got to show it off on stream, so might as well just do it one more time. So yeah, this will definitely not be a blind playthrough for me, but it has been a bit, like at least a month or so, so I probably will not remember absolutely every little detail, um, but yeah, for anyone who doesn't really know, this is kind of a horror first-person shooter or brawler action horror game, I guess. It's more psychological sort of stuff. I don't know. It plays a little bit like, or like the presentation of it kind of feels a little bit like something like Escape from Tarkov, but with a little less things to manage. But there are similar kind of things you need to manage. Like you gotta pay attention to like your hunger. You have weapon durability, stamina as a system, health obviously. There's sanity and some other things as well, but those are kind of like more different sort of mechanics to manage rather than a meter to pay attention to. Um, and you have kind of like a big inventory system with like a weight management and stuff. But it's very interesting, and I think it's like a pretty nice little indie action horror game. So I hesitate to call it survival horror. Like it definitely has survival aspects to it, but it's not quite the same. Like ammunition for firearms is very scarce, but you're kind of meant to use melee weapons a lot more. Um, so it's not quite the same. But there's like a weapon crafting system too for said melee weapons, which I enjoy. So anyway, so yeah, here we are. I don't know if I will be able to finish a playthrough of this before Resident Evil 9 comes out, because that's going to be on Friday. If I get a chance to stream before Friday, maybe we can. It just depends on how long this will take me to get through, like, in this playthrough. I'm kind of leaning towards going towards the good ending. There's two endings to this game. The default is the bad ending, and it's pretty definitively bad. The problem is that the good ending you kind of have to really work for, because there's a lot of like obscure bits to it, as well as like some parts that are just kind of hard to do. It's not too bad, but I figure we might just go that path anyway, and that way if I do finish this playthrough, either before RE9 or I revisit it and continue it after, we can at least get the good ending if we want. But it'll be a little bit unorthodox seeming because there's like a couple things we have to do sort of weirdly, so I'll try to explain them as we go. But yeah. So one thing I do like about the game, just in general, like I said, I've played through the game twice. They offer a sort of difficulty kind of thing where you have like survivalist mode, to make the game extremely difficult. Not recommended for a first playthrough. Once you start the game with this mode, you cannot change it later. So resources become super scarce, penalties are brutal, autosave disabled, etc., etc. I'm probably not going to do that since I don't know if I'll even get a chance to finish this playthrough. But we can revisit that in the future sometime, maybe for a challenge if people are interested enough. Um, but there's a lot of things that they've thought of, like being able to skip the prologue is nice. But I like the addition of this too, the scenic route for tourist mode. Instead of just offering like a straight up easy mode, they put in tourist mode here as like a separate way to start the game, where it just lets you disable certain things that are kind of what make the game like more management-y. You know, like having your weapons break and needing to make new ones. You can disable bleeding if you want, because there's a lot of healing items that will heal you but can cause bleeding and other things, as well as enemies that cause bleeding. And then hunger obviously is something you have to kind of manage, and boy oh boy is your character hungry a lot. This allows you to turn all those off. Hopefully, I wonder if they fixed it though. I decided to do tourist mode on my second playthrough of the game when I was just going for the good ending because I had gotten the bad ending already. The cool thing is, like, they let you just still get achievements and stuff, so I think that's like nice for people who just kind of want to like a victory lap. But there was a bug with the hunger because it tries to turn it on during the tutorial section, and it gives you like a sort of bar of hunger. Sorry for the jet noise, by the way, they're being shitty today. There was like a bar of hunger that automatically like gets enabled during the tutorial, except when you turn hunger off in this tourist mode setting, it disables you from actually getting any hunger. So it didn't increase from that one bar, but normally you would just eat food to get rid of it. However, when you turn the hunger mechanic off in here, it also makes it so that food no longer cures hunger. It just has healing properties instead, or stamina boost. So basically for that, almost that entire playthrough, I was like stuck with like a bar of hunger that I couldn't get rid of no matter what I did, up until this one particular like set piece part of the game that's kind of late into the game, where it sort of resets a bunch of your stuff. And the annoying thing about that is that whenever you have like hunger buildup, you get like stamina penalties and shit like that. So it just made the game easier, but also harder, kind of, because I couldn't like sprint as long or dash as much or attack as frequently. It just kind of made it like weird. So I'm kind of hoping at some point they might have patched that. I just don't know if they ever did. But we're not going to be doing tourist mode anyway, so it's all good. All right, we'll go ahead and do the prologue here, which is basically just a cutscene, more or less. I'm not going to do survivalist mode for now, and I'm just going to mute because of the stupid jet. Here we go. Okay, hopefully the jets are backed off enough now. I probably should have like read that opening text, but oh well. Spooky. Sorry, unfortunately the jets are still being stupid, so... I lay on my boat awaiting rescue, but none came. When I woke, I was on an island, Fort Oasis. Tall concrete structures as far as the eye can see, a once thriving mining community now eerily abandoned. Something terrible happened here. I've repaired most of my boat, but that strange signal still haunts me. Someone out there wants to be found. Man, I am really sorry about this jet noise. They are being absolutely fucking obnoxious this morning. They're just circling overhead or something. It just sounds like there's a tornado outside. So, for the first chapter, I think we should be okay mostly to just kind of play normally. I don't think we have to do anything special on this first chapter. It's not until chapter 2 and a bunch of the other chapters that we have to start doing special shit in order to get the good ending. There's actually an achievement. You can just straight up leave the island, like your boat is right here. And you can just leave if you want to. We're not going to do that. I feel like the controls are more sensitive than I remember. Changed here. Hey, Sass, how's it going? Hope you're doing well today. It's all fine. Seems a little better. It's not zooming across at the tiniest movement. Still go just a little lower though. There. That's a bit better. I don't like it to be too oversensitive, or it just feels like we're moving around like way too fucking fast. Starts to get jittery after a point. Doing good. Currently thinking about what to do for food. My options are kind of limited as I don't have a lot at home. I gotcha. What are your options, I guess, if you don't mind me asking? I've definitely been there, like, obviously, like, if you're close to, you know, grocery day or whatever, and it's not quite there, and you're just, like, running out of food to eat, or you ran out of, like, specific things that you needed or whatever. Let's say there's no other wall for a second there. Alright, so the first little bit here, we're past the prologue is just that little bit on the boat. So now we're on the island itself. It's Coastal Key. And we can't really do anything yet. We have access to our inventory, which has nothing in it, obviously. And you can see your health, bleed, and hunger things to manage, and then boost you get by like eating food and stuff. It just gives you like a stamina bonus briefly. Stamina is used whenever you like swing your melee weapons or whenever you dash. There's no like direct sprint, but you do sprint for a moment or run a little bit after a dash. Hey, Crypt, how's it going? Thanks for the cheer. Appreciate it. I guess today is my anniversary for making affiliates. Coastal Key. They're gone. They're all just gone. My paradise, something has taken it over. This isolation is killing me. Letters and information found scattered in Fort Oasis are saved into your personal journal. Anyway, there's aspects of this game that I really like. There's a couple of aspects I don't like very much, but most of it's like just within a few like little set pieces and nothing like too crazy. Inventory and crafting. Press inventory at any time to see what items you are carrying. From here you can equip weapons and use items vital to keeping you alive. A meat can and a med kit. So by default, our medkit heals 2 bars. Medkits are great. They're a little heavy, 2 kilograms, but meat cans give a little bit of healing, reduce 1 bar of hunger by itself. Gives an energy boost and boosts allow faster attacks. Like I said, if we had tourist mode stuff turned on, it would show a little bit different. There's a guy there. I don't remember if you get a map in this. Maybe you do. I feel like you don't, though. Stim pack. So stim packs are another, like, handy way to heal, but they cause bleeding, or can cause bleeding, and hunger to build up. Some items I rarely actually interact with, like cigarettes, reduces hunger, but also harms you. I don't feel like I ever used them. Blood clotters, just a handy way to get rid of some bleed. Tuna can, just another healing item. I don't remember. This is a GZ Doom mod. Maybe there was one. I don't know. This is just like the full game. Total Chaos, which is, like I said, pretty decent. They'll probably give me a tutorial on that. All right, here's our first actual weapon, the pickaxe, which is probably the one I think most players will use throughout most of the game. Even though weapons have durability and they do break, but it's just that the pickaxe is one that's like pretty reliable to keep using. At least up to a point. But yeah, we can throw certain things. Vodka can also be used for some other stuff, as it says there, crafting item, but it just says can be used as a throwable. Gee, I wonder if I played this. I might have played this with controller before. I thought I played it with mouse and keyboard, but because I don't remember G being what I used to throw, but maybe it was. So a lot of wooden stuff, as you can see, can be broken, even like pallets like these, and you can find items in them. I don't think our weapon, well, our weapon will break. I think the durability will actually go down a little bit. But I think there's a, I don't think its durability will actually drain until we get to a certain point. Here, because there's like a specific box that you have to break to progress. That also causes like the weapon to just automatically break because it's teaching you about durability. Alright, we didn't get anything out of those, unfortunately, but that's alright. Salami. Some rotten apples, which the first time I played this, I thought like certain food like these would just like be terrible for you, but like there's no downside to rotten apples or rotten bread. They're just good. bandages. Yeah, we already know about the secondary attack. Thank you. So phone ringing in here. I don't know if we can actually answer that one. Maybe in a minute. See what I was alluding to earlier with that one like hunger bug on tourist mode is that in order to bypass certain barriers like that, you need to do a fully charged secondary attack to clear it in one hit. Thankfully you can still get through it without it, but you still have to do secondary attacks. You have to charge them up, but it'll only remove one plank at a time if you have any sort of stamina debuff from hunger. So it just made situations like that kind of take way longer to get through. Alright, let's make our first save here. By the way, how's the sound? Is it too loud, too quiet, anything like that? I don't assume it would be too quiet, but it might be too loud. Why me? Unfair. Alright. Preemptively break a few things here, so that they're out of the way. That's all we can do, because as soon as we pick up this key, we'll over here we'll have a thing to deal with. That breaks our pickaxe right there. So whenever a weapon breaks, which again that one's scripted, but normally it just is when it runs out of durability. The handle breaks, but you always get to keep the head of an item. Now you can discard this if you want, but it's usually not a good idea to. Mind you, if you drop stuff on the ground, you can pick it back up, as long as you don't like leave the level or whatever. But the point is, the heads never break, so you can always remake that weapon if you find like another handle to craft. T, how many times do I have to tell you about door 237? Because of your stupidity, when we tried to open the security gate, the entire block's grid went offline again. Till you get the wiring fixed, we have to disable all couplings just to open the door. You can't even do your job right. If this incompetence continues, you will be asked to leave. I will not give another warning. Alright, here we go. Where you at, bro? This. He's following us. He's actually throwing shit at us too. Okay. Can't break anything until we find another melee weapon. Or make one. 9 kilograms out of 50, so we're doing pretty good. We don't have any hunger buildup yet, because they haven't technically introduced the mechanic. As soon as we do, we'll have to start paying attention to it. Monster meat. I'll hold on to this for the moment. This is something that I almost never really use because it hurts you. So it reduces hunger, gives you a boost and all that. Originally, I was kind of weary to eat it in the first place because I was just like, I don't know if consuming like monster meat would like affect your ending or anything like that in the game. I don't think it does, but there's kind of a way we can consume it sort of safely if I remember how to get to the one thing I want to get to. Goopy. Because there's a lot of like little secrets to find in the game that can be pretty like easy to miss. Okay, we have our first little puzzle. Sword is down. Sword's already down. Can't go in there yet. Is there not? I guess nothing. This game does get like kind of dark in some places, but we will get like light sources eventually. Omega left. And this one's actually kind of clever. I like this little bit of environmental design here, but because you're supposed to notice this on your way back, but when you open this, you can see the the up arrow because the shadow of the gate's kind of obscuring it. So, like, when you come back out of here, you're supposed to be able to notice it. And that one's right. Alright, I think we got everything. Right and up. Okay. Here we go. I don't know if there's like anything you can do if you like go along that one little side path, but I think it just leads to enemies.
You've come here to find something. desire for a long time. Your presence in this place means that you are willing to do what I ask of you.
Hold on. Can I... Is there any, like... No. There's master volume, and that's it. I wish there was, like, a voice volume for the radio, because it's kind of quiet compared to everything else.
I will take you to what it is that you desire. This place, this oasis, we've been here before, but it's not how we remembered it. A sickness has infested these walls, but I believe with your help, we can put a stop to it. On the north side of the island, a mine awaits us. We must reach it, descend into its depths, to the deepest point. Only there is where you will find the answers you seek.
We haven't been hurt so far. We're looking pretty good. Oh, there's the hunger mechanic. All right. So yeah, that one right there, that little hunger that pops up, that's like a scripted one to introduce the mechanic, which, like I said, on tourist mode, there's like a bug with it where it just like stays there. And it doesn't get any worse, but you can't get it to go away because you have food mechanic stuff turned off for hunger, so it just stays there, which again gives you a stamina debuff for like the entire playthrough, or just about. Consume food items you find to keep your hunger at bay. The higher the hunger, the less stamina you have to work with. Regaining less stamina is also slower the more hungry you are. Quickly take care of that. What mostly just gets rid of hunger here? Well, this does. Let's throw empty bottles instead for now. I mean, they can be used to craft, but we're not going to have to worry about that for some time. Dork. I don't remember if there's like a read in plain text thing for this. I don't think so. It's not too bad though. Dr. Thomas, I don't know if this medication is working. The symptoms aren't going away. If anything, they're getting worse. They begin, the brain shivers alone are unbearable. Please tell me there's something else we can try, or would it be so bad if I stopped taking the pills and just focused on therapy instead? Let me know. Thank you. Let's save it here real quick. Probably should be going that way, but let's see what was in the other direction. It's gonna be okay. We have to come back. So the nice thing though is like if you kind of overeat food, especially if you're using like the food for healing at all, you will get a lot of like boost out of it usually. So you just get kind of like a nice little stamina buff. So it doesn't really feel like you're necessarily wasting food in that regard. So I don't have a melee weapon here, buddy. But look at that later, because this guy is still on my tail. He might still be chasing me. Okay, maybe now he's going away. We can probably go back there. I don't know if I missed something. So I kind of forgot there's just like an enemy that chases you around, but I need a weapon. Oh, well. Wait.
They're here,
Okay.
waiting for you. I would not try to dispatch them. You might as well leave them here to fester.
Alright, we get our first recipe, how to make a pickaxe. The only problem is I'm still missing, here we go, wood glue, small wooden handle. We get our first CSTM pill, which is nice. I'll talk about that in a second. T, glad you were able to return to contract me, or the contract to me. How would you like to start next week? We have a lot of backed up work we need to get on top of. Last year was hectic, but 86 is looking to be worse. Glad to have you on board. Prescription Prozac. Treatment for panic attacks. Take one per day. Anyway, these pills here give you a permanent stamina boost. It doesn't tell you, but it also increases your carry weight. So it went from 50 to 53. So we want to find as many of those as we can throughout the game. Oh. It's letting me interact with the crafting bench through the wall. It's kind of weird. Alright. But yes, we can add these and wood glue to make a pickaxe. I did not mean to do that. I just want to complete. Yeah, I definitely must have played this with controller before, because I couldn't remember exactly how I went about this. But before we proceed, I think I might actually quickly backtrack to that other area where that enemy was, if it'll let me. So I just want to see if there was anything else there. A secret, but probably not. And there's nothing, as far as I know, there's nothing you need to do differently on the first chapter as far as working towards the good ending. Oh, he's just dead already. Weird. I wonder if the game just kind of killed him so that he stops chasing you. Or at least now I can look around to make sure I didn't miss anything. Although I can't go that way, so we have to go through here. Any items? Yeah. Here we go. Just a little bread. Nothing really that special. Is that gonna be it? Probably. Okay. Didn't really need to make the trip, but that's fine. Wait. was kind of nice. Okay, now that's all. More hunger already. One thing, I have a bit of an issue with the sorting. If you have something like equipped as a throwable, it doesn't want to like auto stack them for some reason. Also, you'd kind of think of it with the type of sort of like burst movement you have in this game, and the fact that you can sort of like drop off of stuff, you would think you can jump, but there is no jump button in this. You can crouch. You can, like I said, you can burst forward with a dash, but that's it. No jumping. Hello. Hammer recipe. The hammer is kind of like the regular old hammer is like a little one-hander. I don't usually use it. Different weapons are like, they'll tell you like their kind of general stats through the damage properties as well as text. So the reason the pickaxe is so good is that it's a normal two-hander, but it's relatively fast, doesn't use a crazy amount of stamina, and it's got decent primary and heavy being like the secondary attack damage, but it like tells you as well that it's good for breaking hard surfaces. So you get like your kind of idea of how much damage it can do for attacking, but also how good it's going to be for like breaking open boxes. So certain things are good for also breaking boxes, as well as dealing damage. Wrong attack. There should be... I was going to say there's a way to do quick slots for these things. It's different like on controller. I don't remember exactly how you do this sort of thing on mouse and keyboard, but I'll do it this way. Let's make that number 4. Nope. Okay. That's chapter 1 done. So I kind of, for the good ending, you kind of mostly want to try to do sort of the opposite of what the voice on the radio is telling you to do. Not that it really mattered there. Like he just says, I wouldn't bother fighting the guys, but you can if you want to. It doesn't really matter. But the problem with like getting the good ending, aside from certain things just being hard, is that there's parts of it that are just kind of obscure. So it's usually your first time playing the game, you're going to get the default ending, which is the bad ending, because you're not even necessarily going to know what things you should and shouldn't do, aside from maybe one or two things that are a bit more obvious than others, or just less obscure. Lead pipe. So we can throw enemies, which, you know, can distract them, but it's a little weird. Throw at their head to stagger them briefly. Throwing flammable items at an enemy will drench them. If they get near an ignition source, they will burst into flames. So what that means is, like, we don't straight up have, like, Molotovs. You can get Molotovs in this game, but it takes kind of a while to get to that point. But if you just throw something like alcoholic or whatever at an enemy, if they stand near, like, a fire barrel at some point, they'll just catch on fire. So, like, here, I could throw whiskey at this guy and he'll burst into flames. But we also could just... sneak up on him a little bit. T to toss weapon. Right, I forgot you can just straight up throw the weapon in your hands too. Pressing toss weapon will toss any weapon you currently have equipped. Blunt weapons will do a moderate amount of damage, but sharp weapons will impale themselves onto your foes, causing them to stagger for a few seconds. Be careful, as any impaled weapons can only be collected when the foe has met their demise. So here we have a glass shiv. Let's put that on number 2. I don't know why the stim pack ended up there. Or no, was that the syringe? Maybe it was. I don't know why I automatically put a syringe there. Shouldn't be anything further back there. Let's see. Durability is getting down there a little ways. We have a rock. Let's put that on really quick. Sometimes it also changes what you have, like, throwable wise as well, just for whatever the game might think you would prefer to have. Probably, I think it did it in that case because they wanted to teach you about, like, igniting enemies, but these are heavy, so it's just not a bad idea to just get rid of them. And I think, hold on 1 second. Rebind controls. Throw. Toss weapon. To make. Mouse 4. Mouse 3. Because I don't really want to be pressing G and T all the time. Alright, let's not go to the areas we have to break open first. Let's go this way. Okay, so metal shiv, glass shiv and metal shivs. Recipes, more wood glue. So we can make some stuff here. The lead pipe, not really as good as the pickaxe. The hammer handle is not really going to be usable for anything other than the hammer at this point, so I might just go ahead and make one for the hell of it, but I don't know that we'll end up actually using it. Yeah, I guess it only has a primary attack, and it's not particularly strong. But it's low stamina usage, doesn't do much damage, moderate durability. And we'll save our other stuff for when this breaks so we can make another one. The duct tape, or the tape here, allows you... It's used for the shivs that we just got the recipe for, but moreover, we can reinforce a weapon with the tape to make it last longer. but I don't want to put it on my current weapon since its durability is already partially drained. It's best to throw it on when you're making one new. Yep, already did that. Quick slots. More water, huh? What mostly just does hunger here? Bread is not bad for it, I guess. I usually prefer not to use the ones that also heal you if they only give hunger.
They are forgotten, leftovers of a time long past. They were never meant to linger here. We'll need a key to bypass this door. Head to the graveyard nearby. There's a storage room hidden there.
Right, so we can't do this yet. Yeah, it needs the blue block key. I was annoyed by this because it looks like there's a circled thing here for like a... Ow. Oh, I pressed the wrong thing. Where'd my fucking pickaxe go? It better be retrievable, otherwise I'm gonna have to reload to save. Because I want my pickaxe back. Where the fuck did it go? This is one kind of gripe I have with the game. There it is, it bounced. Is that certain things are kind of losable if you're not careful, because like you could throw or shoot something that normally you'd be able to pick up after, but if it like falls off of a random ledge or something, you're not getting it back. Which, you know, not the end of the world or anything, but if it's like the main weapon you're trying to use, that can be kind of a pain in the ass. But also, let me switch this because I did the wrong thing. So, toss weapon. Add them backwards. Okay, we got everything back here. Just making sure. This is also one of those games where it's like, you'll kind of be tempted to pick up like just about everything you come across, but you do want to be a little careful since you do have an encumbrance thing. We're already at 36, and not everything is shit that you're necessarily going to use, so... Parry. You can also shove an enemy by pressing evade and dashing into them. So yeah, parry is a thing. I honestly rarely use it in this game because it's kind of easier for the flow of combat, in my opinion, to mostly just kind of move in and out and strike as you do, rather than parrying something. Now there is like an achievement for doing so, but But yeah, as you start approaching your encumbrance limit, you will start slowing down a bit. You'll notice like your movement's starting to get a little bit sluggish, and as you start going over your encumbrance, it'll get considerably worse. It's not too bad. It's not like it makes the game unplayable. In fact, most of my first playthrough I was over encumbered a lot of the time, because there was just way too much shit I wanted to carry. Knife and butcher knife. So we found a broken knife. These specifically, there's two types of knives, regular knives and butcher knives. These are the only thing you can't just craft normally. You need a knife repair kit along with the crafting bench to be able to actually fix a broken knife. Although you can sometimes use a broken knife with other recipes if you want to. That's real broken. Ouch. I think my glass shiv broke too. Alright. No big deal. What's this? Right. Tunnel map. So yeah, I guess you do get maps in the game, but they're not like a regular map. It's just like a note you can read. Alright. Let's go back to a crafting bench if we can, so that we can rebuild our pickaxe. Though we might want to press forward actually, because there might be one up ahead. Just save it for now. More swings than I thought it would. TJ Scott, it is a shame you have to leave us. The community of Fort Oasis would not be the same without your contributions. I understand you must leave due to health issues. I am sorry to hear about Leda's departure. We agree it is very strange. If we hear from her or if she returns, we will inform her of your situation as it develops. We hope you can return as soon as you are well enough. Kind regards, Alistair Orwell, Mayor of Fort Oasis. Wrench. There we go, here's a workbench.
This place, it used to be somewhere I could be happy. But now, all that remains is decay. Everyone I cherished, swept away with the waves. Nothing will ever be the same again.
See there, we can use the tape to make it a bit stronger. Heavy wrench suitable for tightening or striking. I don't know if the wrench can be really used for much. I think it's mainly just a weapon. Well, we have a metal shard. We could make a metal shiv if we want. We have kind of excess tape, I guess. Or we could just use the steel hammer to throw for now, since we're probably not going to want to keep it. Works, I think. Because there's definitely some shit we're going to want to get rid of here soon. Probably the lead pipe. But it's been a serviceable backup for a little bit. Alright, progress is going to be this way. Scissors. Yes. There's another pickaxe head. I probably shouldn't really take that. Unless we want to carry a backup pickaxe. Which isn't necessarily a bad idea, but it's, again, it's just, since you keep the heads of weapons that break, usually it's not necessary. Alright, so we got a bit of a bigger deal that way. Before I go, is there... I don't remember if these can explode. Probably not by throwing that at it, but I think this is the breakable type of wall. There are some walls that can be broken, which is why I was saying there's some secrets to find, but they're kind of visibly cracked. But they can also be sort of easy to miss, like I said. And I'm pretty sure there's at least one in this chapter to find. But I don't know about around here. As far as that other, like, bit of stuff that was on the other side of those bars, that's something else to get there, I think. So make sure I got everything else this way. Shotgun shells. Right, I could have gone around to see this. There's a... Our first gun is in there that we can get, but we can't get to it yet. Also, hey, Robin, how's it going? We can get a better view of it in there, but we still can't get in from the side. We need a key. Looking for the Miller's key. Stopping in to say hi. Still got to work project to finish until tomorrow, so probably not active in chat today. No worries. I appreciate you stopping in, though. This is why I wanted to backtrack, because I knew there was like another path from here that we hadn't opened up. But there's nothing else really to see there, so that's fine. Aside from, again, possibly a breakable wall somewhere, so I'll try to keep my eyes open for one, but it's not a huge deal if not. Or if we don't find it, I mean. Although I did pick up a couple of items in my inventory with the presumption of hopefully finding said thing if we come across it. That way we can actually make use of it. Or of those items, because I normally wouldn't use them otherwise. So I saved it again because they're gonna run up on like a area up here that gets a little slightly spicier, sort of.
How it all began. I see it clearly now. She was suffocating. She couldn't escape.
Blue compound. Skittery spider legs. So we gotta drop down there, but before I do, let me just check this way. See what all there is to find. I was gonna make a metal shiv, but we still have the hammer yet. I gotta use these bricks up. What the heck? Get out of here. I haven't had a bot in forever. We could craft a backup pickaxe just to have it. I don't know if that's worthwhile, though. Like, I guess this thing is 3.8. These things individually 2.5, 4.5, 5.3.6. So as well, okay. That's also like in a stack, to be fair, so is this. So let's see if I split it. 0.5. Let's see what that says. 0.1. So 2, 3, 0.8 is just those things. So it'd be 3.9 technically. It's like slightly heavier in individual pieces than it is together by like 0.1. So it's like the tape is negligible weight when it's on it. So I guess having it like in separated pieces isn't really advantageous. But we're at our max weight already. I should definitely ditch some stuff. Let's get rid of... We'll definitely lose some if we get rid of these bricks and hammer or rock by throwing them. Should probably ditch the scissors too, because I don't know if I'll end up using them, but let's I think what we'll do, since this one's kind of damaged, we'll go ahead and make a backup pickaxe, and then when this one breaks, I'll just ditch the headpiece. That's probably fine. Alright. Although you have to be a little bit careful when you make multiples of the same item, because then your quick slot works as both of them, which is kind of cool, but you just want to make sure you're not accidentally using the one that you're saving in that case. Shouldn't be able to do anything else because that door will be locked for now. So clean water apparently. Alright, here we go. You're supposed to sneak that way, but I'm gonna go this way. Try my best not to alert anything. Because if we do, we're pretty much dead. These things are not so bad to fight, but when you're fighting like a billion of them, it's pretty much a death sentence. There's a secret lever this way we can hit, and then we want to get back to that shutter where it was. That's the actual sledgehammer blueprint. So we're already like overweight, you can see, but it's not like fully detrimental in all respects. Just gonna ditch both. It was still overweight, but that's okay. We might make a sledgehammer just for the heck of it, but I don't know how much I'll end up using it. This may wake them up. Didn't for now. You can kind of hear them all like making a bunch of noise elsewhere. They're all awake in the pit where I was. Backtrack to where we found the shotgun, because that's what we need. What we want, at least. You do have, like, multiple opportunities to grab certain guns in the game. But if we don't get this shotgun, it'll be a while before we see another one. Alright, there we go. We have our very own shotgun. I think I might, for the time being, actually put this on. I don't usually put a lot of heals on the quick slots. Put number 3 on there for now. Then again, I don't really need a throwable weapon all that bad either. We could probably just ditch the hammer. Because they're nice every once in a while to kind of use, but we don't really like need to have one. So let's just put no, not that. Where's the bandages? Back on there. Sort. There we go. So we're still pretty overweight, but not by a ton now. So like I said, ammo is very scarce, so we're not, you know, going to be using the shotgun a ton or anything, but it'll be good to have for sure. Either for in a pinch or when we get to parts of the game where we can maybe use it a little bit more freely. And those parts will come, but it takes a bit. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to just kind of reload this section after you've kind of triggered things down here, just so you can stop hearing these spiders like attacking walls or whatever the fuck that is they're doing. I'm sorry for the jet noise, y'all. But like if I jump down there, I will absolutely get torn to shreds because there's just way too many of them. So we're not gonna do that right now. It's not yet. Catch myself there. I had the wrong pickaxe equipped. Alright. Needs the blue block key. Go ahead and save this here. I'm going to backtrack for a second, though, just to make sure there wasn't anything else from this section. We skipped past trying to get back out of here. Oh, yeah, these guys. So the main thing that makes these guys annoying is they love, did I use up all the bricks already? I guess I did. They love to shoot like this, it's not webbing, it's like a sticky fluid at you, which I don't remember if it actually does a lot of damage. I think it only does a little bit, but... but it causes you to like get sort of semi-stuck, like you can only move very slowly. Sure, let's use some rations. They're only good for reducing your hunger, but they give you a lot of boost at the same time, so... Secret path. Go in there really quick. Hook shiv. Here we go. Gas cooker. So this is one of the like secrets I was talking about. The gas cooker just says it heats food and sanitizes bad food. So you can take basically any food item and you like put it over this, just about any food item. Maybe you might be able to turn dirty water into clean water too. I'm not sure, but like rotting meat reduces your health. If we cook it, it just becomes cooked rotting meat, so it no longer has any negatives. And once this runs out of gas, you can just drop it. It's not really useful anymore. This is what I was saying about carrying items I wouldn't otherwise use because the... Let's see, it's gonna... Cooking, probably not much. We can still cook something if we want. What do we not have a ton of? We can cook the good bread if we want. Make it toast. Yeah, this is my only issue with like certain food items that get cooked are maybe not so great because they reduce more hunger and stuff, but they actually lose like their healing property for some reason. That's alright. Alright, well that's shot now, I think. Yep, so we can just drop it. So that it's not weighing us down. like I said, individually and up close, those spider dudes are not really that big of a deal. At a distance, they love using that projectile attack, which is really annoying, but... Alright, so yeah, right on the other side of one of those things of shutters, I think maybe over there, is where the normal path from that drop-down pops out. And the only thing we really missed by not going that way was, like, some rations, I think, so we're just gonna move on. Especially so we can stop listening to them make that stupid noise.
Can't beat the view up here.
Sure, but why here? It's a little morbid, isn't it?
You have to look beyond this. Beyond the island. Nothing beats the sunset here.
That note that you gave me from before. What was that all about?
I don't want to talk about that now. Just... I want to enjoy this. Just for a little longer.
There's nothing left to be said about her. Some things are best left forgotten.
Alright, so our first step on the good ending path, we have to make sure to come down here.
Why are you going down there? The storage room is your way out. There's nothing in the graveyard worth finding. Only things best left undisturbed.
That is definitely not true, buddy. Pistol magazine. Like I said, you kind of just want to be doing the opposite of what he says anyway. Maybe I should have kept some other throwable shit. Oh well. There's kind of an enemy here that's particularly annoying. Oh, right, there's bricks. Let's use those. Okay, it's dead. You run into these invisible ghost things in certain places, but where you normally encounter them, they're not really as much of a problem exactly. Because they don't, like, chase you down. They'll hurt you if you walk into them and stuff, but they're pretty easy to spot even though they're invisible. And as long as you just kind of, like, deal with them sort of at range, they're not a problem. But that one, on the other hand, chases you down, and when you first see this, it's kind of hard to know exactly how you're supposed to deal with it. Slowed down here. Let's eat this for a boost. The other thing too that I was like really kind of annoyed about, or like not from the game's point, but annoyed at myself, is that you pick up the pistol magazine over there and there's straight up a pistol right here, a P08, but I didn't see it there on my first playthrough, so I just skipped getting the pistol. Now you can get one later in the game, and I did, but I kept finding pistol ammo like kind of throughout the game leading up to that because it kind of takes a while. I'm definitely slowing down a bunch here. We're kind of getting a bit overweight. Let's see. What do we not really want? For one thing, equip this and reload it. Oh, it's already loaded. Okay. We will drop some weight as soon as we end up breaking this pickaxe. I do need to drop some other shit. Let's drop the scissors for now. I'm probably not gonna make a hook shiv because you can combine a knife with a meat hook and make it into like a little punch weapon. That's kind of cool, but it's not that great, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. We're still very overweight though. We just have like way too much food, I think. A lot of these too. Anyway, yeah, I was just kind of annoyed at myself for like missing a gun that was just kind of like right there, and I was trying to be thorough in my first playthrough too of like finding whatever I could find. Small wooden handle. We really need more C-stem pills, like really bad. But it's also my own fault for my inability to just not like pick things up. The small wooden handle, I already have one. We probably don't really need yet another one, but I'll keep the one anyway. Or the rock. Alright, so we gotta come down here because there's a special cassette tape we need to find that I think is required for the ending. I'm not sure.
Tyler, please pick up. I just wanted you to understand. I've made up my mind. I feel isolated here. Trapped. I know you always dreamed of living by the sea, but this isn't a life for me. My family misses me. And I miss them.
Hey, Anna, how's it
I'll
going?
never forget the time we shared. You are a good person, Tyler. I will always love you. I couldn't say this to your face. I didn't want our last words to be another fight. I've tried over and over to reach you, but you won't listen. Please, take care of yourself. I love you. I always will.
Hope that you're doing well, Anna. I hope that you had a good birthday and visit with your family and everything. Hope the new washer and laptop are working out well for you too. Yeah, so as you can see, we're like really stocked up on shit, like way too much. I'm gonna get rid of these cigarettes, not that they're weighing very much, but like I'm carrying things I shouldn't carry because I kind of want to show them off. But I should probably not do that. Like we could ditch this one pickaxe that we have and just go ahead and switch to the undamaged one early. Won't really hurt much if we do. Barbed wire, we definitely want that. Well, I guess we can make that decision as soon as we hit the next workbench, because I can use the barbed wire immediately. Use blue block key. Okay, so we have to drop down here. There's like a puzzle for this area. Alright. Let me walk around and break stuff with our current pickaxe before I drop this one. So we're not kind of wasting stuff. Okay, metal ornament head we need. Pole. Rusty cog. Yeah, I think I got everything. It doesn't show you picking it up, but I think you just get the ornament tape as soon as you pick up, like, any one of these items. Alright, let's go ahead and drop this. Put that there. That helps a little, not a lot, but... So put that and that here. We can reinforce our pickaxe even further with some barbed wire to make it extra damaging. And then I guess I'll just kind of show off the sledgehammer. I don't know if I'm going to really keep it, so I'm not going to bother reinforcing it with tape right now. Just to show you all what it's like. And then also we need to repair this ornament. So it's kind of, it's going to do more damage than the pickaxe normally does, but it's slow, obviously. Its heavy damage is like way higher. Alright, let's make us a thingy here. We also have to replace that cog, which is over here. Okay, those ones go like that. Easy. This is not the same game. This is, that was Creasol. This is Total Chaos. Is everything looking and sounding okay on stream, by the way? My, encoding is probably, like, a little taxed with this game, so, because it's, like, trying to run a lot of stuff in high detail, so my OBS is a little stuttery. It happens sometimes. Everything good on stream? Okay, great. Thank you. It's going alright. Extremely tired today for some reason, so I don't know how long I'm going to be at socializing today. The visit was nice, but it did drain my energy. Yeah, I get that. It doesn't take much for me. Certain family members are low impact enough that it's not too bad, but... Where's the key? The splitter. I think the splitter maybe has like might have slightly better damage than the pickaxe does, but I still kind of think the pickaxe is overall better. And we don't currently have a lead pipe on us, so I'm not going to bother picking up the extra metal shard right now. I shouldn't even really be carrying this one, probably. I'll just get rid of it. We'll keep the extra small wooden handle for when this pickaxe inevitably breaks. We gotta start throwing some vodka and shit, though. But I've got so many, like, empty bottles to throw to. Way too much shit.
You found the key. Head back to the sealed door. The service elevator still runs. You can use it to reach the surface.
But yeah, as you get more of the, like, C-stim pill thingies, it's not so bad necessarily. Hello. I think it just adds these enemies in. So I'm pretty sure they're not there. Yeah, because you have to come through here. There's a few enemies that it adds in as we backtrack here. Very strange, yeah. Nice little spidery mutant things. Yeah, this is mainly why I don't really like the sledgehammer, because it's just a little too slow for my liking. Definitely hits very hard. Breaks boxes like nobody's business, but... But give me the pickaxe all day instead. Alright, goodbye, sledgehammer. Tired of walking slow, buddy. Let's see, we still have some cooked meat. Let's use that. Okay. Now we're a little bit lighter. I can actually move a little faster. My other sister, the one that was here in January, is very low impact. That's because she sleeps as much as I do and also just wants to take it easy and play video games. Yeah, I totally get that. Asshole. Got you over there.
Mr. Scott, as you requested from last week's visit, I followed up on treatment options. The community at Fort Oasis is still young, so unfortunately we do not have the required equipment here for your treatment. Most patients I see with similar conditions are usually referred to see a doctor back on the mainland. I understand you have a preference to stay. Sadly, this is all I can recommend. Feel free to drop in any time this week. I have a few options I could speak to you about.
Definitely once you have like certain upgrades with to a weapon, as well as tossing in some throwables or whatever, it definitely makes a difference. There's no way we threw like all 6 of or 7 of those already, right? How the fuck do we go through them that fast? I swear there's like some inventory glitches or something, but it's fine. So that's a shortcut back. I don't think we need to really craft anything right now. Don't want to fall down there. There's the other side of that thing of all the stuff that we saw on the other side of the bars. The nail box. I don't know if I'll end up using that or not. There is like a couple things you can use nails for. I don't know if I've found all the secrets. I'm trying to keep an eye out for like breakable walls, because I know I missed some breakable walls in my first playthrough, maybe even my second playthrough too, but not the end of the world if you do, but it's usually some nice stuff. They usually do try to give you like some little hints here and there. There'll be like, you know, some stuff near a wall, maybe like a little random glow stick or some candles or some shit, to help you identify that there's one there, but a wrench. In addition to, you know, like the cracks in the wall, but it's just because the cracks can be kind of hard to spot. Alright, so just this way then. guess this might be... Is that supposed to be a jump scare? The sound did a thing. Yeah, the enemies like to try to pop out at you. Alright, hold on. I've kind of lost my bearings now. So I think this just it wraps around to where you've been before. Yeah, so we came from here. Right, alright. But then that way I think leads backwards to some shit. Just making sure there's not something over here that I missed. Yeah, I don't think so. This will just lead back to the big spider cavern shit. The music, I mean. Yeah. It, they do like little audio stings when, enemy jump scares happen. Who else wants some? I don't think there's anything I really need to make right now. Or anything we really can make. Back to doing kind of okay on weight. We're still over encumbered. That's what I'm saying. Is like you can be over encumbered a lot.
She was gonna show up eventually. Waiting in the darkness. Waiting to rip you apart when you least expect it.
Leto, why are you leaving? You didn't say anything was wrong. Everything was going perfectly. You can't just pack up and leave me here without any explanation. I feel after everything we have been through, this is a stab in the back. I love you. Does that not mean anything? Why can't I be normal? Fucking useless. Red means danger. Yeah, it sure does. I don't really want a lead pipe. I know we can use it to make a splitter. Right, so that locks behind us. Don't turn your back on her. Okay, so this is... These can be a little annoying, but... Because when you're in this panic state, you can't really run at all. Come here, I think. Yep. But you can't fight these, and if you get too close to them, they just straight up kill you. You just explode, pretty much. Oh shit, where's the... Fuck. I'm gonna have to loop her again. I don't want to reload the save I just did. There's a switch I missed. There's parts later in the game where you have to... Oh, crap, I just screwed myself. Okay, I'm still alive, still alive. You don't have to really quite touch them. Like, if you just get a little too close, you're just dead. I really wish you could still sprint. I had a feeling she was going to do that shit. That's fine, we can go back out the other way. But yeah, there's points later in the game where you have to, like, deal with multiples of these things, and they're really fucking annoying. Better than like this one section of the game where you have to like stealth, but like I'd rather deal with those. You just, like I said, you just can't kill them or anything or really hurt them at all. Hey, new pills. There we now our max is 56. Get a little bit more endurance, a little bit more stamina, I mean. I think this is going to be the end of this. Yep. End of this chapter. So we did the good ending thing we needed to do for this one. The next one is honestly probably the biggest pain in the ass of the entire thing for trying to get the good ending. Because there's a boss fight at the end of the next one. So the next one has the stealth area that I was talking about too, but when you get through the stealth section, you normally just go to the end and then you fight that same enemy that you were stealthing from as the boss of the level. But we have to go out of our way to not kill it at the end in order to stay on the good ending path. And that requires getting it to break open a wall for you, which is really fucking annoying to do in the boss fight without like getting yourself killed. So we'll see how it goes. It may take me a bit, but I'm gonna, I guess, continue trying to go for the good ending stuff just for the hell of it, even if we don't end up actually
I've been alone in this place,
get there anytime soon.
isolated and rotting away.
Because obviously I don't know if
It has been
I don't really expect to finish this in one playthrough, even though I've played it before. Or one session, I mean, of the stream. And I don't know if I'll get to stream more before Friday. And on Friday, unless there's some reason we can't play it right away, Friday will be Resident Evil 9 day, so... Is this one of the ones that bursts open? There's like some trap doors. I don't know if we're at that point in the game yet, but they like burst open when you get near them and just hurt you. Oh, bricks are heavy, I'm slow now. But we want them for this thing anyway. These things are kind of annoying. Nailed stick. Nailed pole. Take the... Oops. I kind of just wanted the... I don't want the handle right now because we have a spare one right now anyway. But I'll take the wood glue. Probably shouldn't even bother with the wood glue, honestly. So we already have 4 of those, too. But yeah, the deal with these, that thing that I just killed is... Like, their whole upper torso is turned into a giant mouth, kind of, and you stun them by like throwing something into their mouth, kind of. Otherwise, if you try to fight them in melee, they get really annoying to deal with. Guess I'll take that, but we're getting pretty heavy again because I'm only walking now.
You see that path along the cliffside? Worn and crumbling. That is the fastest way to reach your resolve.
Get help. They're not gone. They left me. Everyone left me. They won't let me find her. Quite die as quickly as the other one did. I'm not sure why. Although the Fallout 76 devs apparently decided to do the Q&A for the season on the same day as RE9 release for some reason, so depending on when you start, I might be a little late. Oh, that's fine. No big deal. Q&As usually take around an hour. They haven't said what time yet. I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know when the game will officially release, so obviously that will depend, you know, depending on that will affect my starting time to begin with. I do feel like there's somehow... Oh, no, never mind. Alright, so over here... I think is where we need to go. So I don't think we can access the elevator right away, but let's double check. Yeah, no, we have to, like, turn on the power. Okay. Well, I didn't find any breakable walls in that last level, so I hope I didn't miss one. We did find, like, one secret, but, sort of. Or a couple of secrets, you could say, because the shotgun is kind of secret to get to as well. I suppose that cassette tape is, technically. Whee! Hopefully it'll be an hour later than the Q&A. That would be perfect. Yeah, or I mean, if it releases like super early, I'm not going to necessarily start the stream crazy early. I'll probably still start around my usual time, or at most an hour earlier if I was going to start early at all. But it'll really just depend on when it actually officially releases and I can get it installed and everything. Alright, so we're not dropping down there. So here is the sanity mechanic I kind of mentioned at the start of the game. We have to... we need to get into there. But in order to progress in general, we have to basically kind of make ourselves not entirely sane, exactly, or, you know, just
in your backpack.
get a little
I know you
loopy.
don't want to take them, but we may need a fresh perspective to get back on track.
This kind of puts like a whole different sort of
can take them
layer onto the game,
for a
which is kind of
while.
interesting.
All of this would fade away.
because it sort of shows like how much detail they put into some of the level design. So we could technically go back, I think. Up to a point, but we had to drop down in here, so we can't really go back exactly the way we came. So yeah, let's take our medication. We have to take all 3. Start seeing shit floating around in our face, in front of our face, and we start hallucinating. And you'll see the environment will change around us as we turn our camera around and stuff. So it's pretty like cool from a dev perspective, you know, what they did here. And within like these little carved out areas where they're all fleshy and shit, you can also sometimes find things.
What is happening?
Including now we have new pathways to be able to take where we couldn't before. Now, while we're hallucinating, the game does kind of get a little tricky in certain places and stuff, and that, which one of these leads to? Yeah, it's this one. Just some salami, I guess. Thought there was like a better item over here, but I guess it's just some salami. The game will feel a little more dangerous because it starts spawning in like other enemy types for you to like also have to fight in
Whatever
certain
happens,
places.
Keep moving. Don't let this rot consume you.
But in order to get the good ending, there's like a couple of levels where we actually have to stay. We have to stay in this like madness instead of like curing it, because you cure it by like grounding yourself. By just using a save point, but in other words, what that means is, not for this level, but for some other levels later, we'll have to stay in our hallucinatory state.
Hey, did you want to meet her?
Instead of using a save point. Now this time, it just wants you to use it, so we'll just go ahead. So that we'll no longer be hallucinating, although we could ignore it and see what else is like changed in some areas, which is not a bad idea, but we don't need to for this one. Fuse. Wish you could pull that one back out. I don't know if I would trust that salami. Yeah, me neither.
She wants to play. How about hide and seek? You always loved to run.
Anyway, the thing I was saying though is that while you stay in madness, not only will there be like, you know, some new things to find as well as like some more enemies to fight, but the other thing that makes it a challenge is that you, in order to all right, baby, relax. The other thing that makes it a challenge is that in order to ground yourself, like I said, you have to interact with a save point, but that also means that in order to not ground yourself, to stay mad, you need to not save the game. So you basically have to complete one or two of the levels kind of from beginning to end without ever saving it, except at the beginning. Okay, so we got a harpoon gun. The harpoon gun is funny because it uses ammo that you can like reload. I'm probably not going to pick up as much ammo for this on this playthrough as I normally do because it gets kind of heavy. And honestly, like, I'm usually like kind of like a little too conservative with my ammunition of this thing, and well, of other guns. Put him on fire because he was near enough to a fire barrel. Go that way right now. There's so many med kits. Next time I get like seriously hurt, I should really use a med kit because they're just kind of weighing me down now. But yeah, if you ever play this on like tourist mode and you like turn off hunger and everything, like you just don't need to ever like pick up much of anything. Especially if you also like turn off weapon durability, because then you can just kind of use like the same weapons throughout the game if you like. I'm trying to remember if the last time I played this, if I stayed in madness for this section. I might have. I feel like I'm remembering some stuff differently, but I don't think you need to for this. At least I hope not. But I'm pretty sure we become mad again later. That might be what I'm remembering. So, like, how am I down to one of these already? Oh, no, it says 12. It's the 2 is just really hard to see. I was gonna say, I was like, okay, there must be a fucking throwing item glitch or something, because, like, how am I going through them that quickly when I had, like, 9 or more? And there's, like, way more save points than I remember. I don't think they added any, or maybe they did, I don't know. Just feels like there's a lot. It's pretty generous, the fire effect. Like how close you actually need to be for something to get lit on fire. Okay. He eventually died. As long as you throw like alcohol at your targets, like I said, it'll burst into flames if they're near a fire barrel or something. I maybe shouldn't have gone this way. Okay, now that one I'm not quite sure. Maybe those guys are just their own fire ignition source because they're like electrified or something. Because otherwise I'm not really sure how to use it to get the fuck out of here. Alright, cool. Under encumbered again. No, it's just the baby.
Hiding. Waiting.
Awesome. Good time for more barbed wire because this pickaxe is getting pretty close to being shot. Except I can't go back now. I mean, it eventually should open back up again. I should be able to get back out there. Hopefully we can find another workbench here pretty soon, because this thing is getting pretty close to breaking. Alright, blue and red compound together give you a bunch of hunger, but give you a big boost, I guess. I'm picking these up just to kind of show what they can do, but honestly, the compounds, aside from one or two, I feel like are not that useful, really. Or rather, you know, they can be, depending on how you want to manage things, because a lot of things are going to be like, you use this and it also gives you, okay, so that's one of those trapdoors. They kind of give you like a visual warning, at least for the first one, like early on. I'll show you what it does. So we try to get close to it and it just damages us, and it will repeatedly damage you too, so.
We can't let him find us.
It's to make you like extra nervous about approaching certain doors, to be like, can I get close to this or is it gonna hurt me? Oh shit, my fucking thing broke. Oh no, I don't have like anything. I should have kept something. Well, this is about to get interesting. Probably make some more bandages too. We have, well, here, I'll take an extra handle because we're about to make one anyway, so that way we'll still have another backup shortly, but I need to find a workbench. The attacks look so brutal. Yeah, it's one of the things I like about the game is that, you know, even though I might use the same weapons a lot, like, they're just kind of satisfying to swing around and just bash into things.
You'll have to reach the upper districts to go on. There's a different path we can take.
Obviously not going
Buried in
that
the
way.
rock deep below us is a prison. Down there is a surface elevator we can use to ascend. No longer can we avoid her, I fear, and I have no doubt she'll be waiting for you down there. So you'll need a weapon more conventional. Before heading to the prison, head to the police station. There you'll find an armory. We need this to proceed.
This is shipping. Alright, so we're supposed to go... The police station is where we're next headed. We don't want to drop there yet, though. We'll drop down here. Scissor axe. Which makes it sound like it's actually, like, gonna use, like, an axe, but it actually uses a hammerhead, I think. Sit down. Accidentally wasted a bandage, but oh well. Pistol. Perfect. Guy sounds bored. Welcome to Goopville again. Is there really no... There has to be a workbench coming up soon, because we haven't seen one in a while. I saw something there. Hey, we got a later. Wait, L? What the fuck? No. No, 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 no. We're gonna put that on something else. I don't think F is anything, so we're gonna put that on F. So the lighter's interesting because you have to just hold it by itself, which is kind of annoying.
Hey, it's Ryan. Just reaching out again.
But at this point in the game, it's
Right having
your
you
only
ask me
light
from
source.
Allison, I are still waiting to hear back about the anniversary party. It's been 5 weeks now, and not a word. Is everything okay over there? Look, we get that you're going through a lot. If that's the reason, just let us know. We'd understand. But the silence, it's got us all a little worried. Please, call back soon.
Alright, so this is like the first bit that like gets confusing. Like if you don't do this part correctly, you won't be able to avoid killing the boss and doing that whole bit for the good ending requirement, so we will have to take a bit of an extra trip. So we're collecting fuses to place into certain areas and open certain things, and we can rip them back out because the fuse just unlocks these doors basically. The fuse in there won't open that door though. We have to put those 3 fuses in upstairs for that to do anything. Can't go this way. So the lighter just like periodically goes out. It doesn't, like, I'm not doing that myself. Here's number 2. we could just get a... Seeing that later. A crafting bench. We don't technically need one right now, I guess, so it's fine, but I would like to be able to remake my pickaxe. Alright, this is the only save we're going to have for a while, so... Because as soon as we go through what we're going to be going up through here, eventually we end up in madness, and this save point just straight up disappears, so we can't even ground ourselves if we want to, which is good, because there's stuff to find.
Do you see it? Find a way to unlock this door.
Yeah, we're after the gun that's in there, obviously. Alright, hopefully we can do this without dying. This part of the game, when I first did it, actually kind of pissed me off a bit. It's not my favorite. Okay, we put one fuse there. Just make sure. I don't think there's anything to pick up in here either, which seems odd, but you'll understand why it's such a big area with nothing in it soon. Here we go.
Now it's your turn.
They have found you.
That was really fucking close. Oh shit. No, fuck you. Why did she turn around? So you see, I was almost dead there. I'm actually surprised I didn't die, because usually she'll kill you in like a couple of hits. So we have to recollect. The kind of annoyance of this situation doesn't just stop there. We have to get both of the fuses again, and then we have to place them in another area where the gate opened up. Do I have them both? I don't know if I picked it up or not. Okay, I have both fuses. Okay, good. She went that way. Now, we're going to place them here. We're going to hide back here. So you can see it's possible technically to run away from her, but it's really fucking difficult to do. And, like, not die. But we have to leave those in there. We have to make our way all the way around to the lever that's going now. And when you want to come out here, you don't really necessarily know where she is, so it gets annoying. Because you could, like, try to throw something or whatever to distract her, but you don't necessarily know if that's going to work. Okay, just going to hide here and wait for her to come by, because she will. She's kind of scripted to investigate certain things. And if you go into that room right away, she'll kind of trap you in there, so we want to give her a second. Yeah, she takes like half of your health, or just about, with like one hit, and she's got like super big reach, so if she gets you while you're trying to sneak by, she's gonna pretty much obliterate you, unless you get kind of lucky like I did there, where I had like a sliver of health left and could run. We got the fuse. And we have to make our way back around again to get the last 2 fuses that we left in the other room. And then get to the exit to put all 3 in so we could get the submachine gun. Now, I don't know if you can just... I think I tried at one point, like, to see if you could just shoot her to, like, deter her or something, but I don't think it works. Even though later you can.
You used to love our little games.
Okay. Fuck. Okay, thank fuck she went the other way.
No more games. Come out now.
I'll just wait here because I'm sure she'll come this way. That she did.
You wanted silence. Why won't you enjoy it with us?
All right, we managed barely. We definitely almost died in that earlier spot, but
This should do.
all right. So we have to remember to take these. I mean, you're forced to here, but
Make it quick.
we still have to make sure we do this correctly because again, the save point is gone. So if we
Or we're gonna need them again.
fuck up, be kind of screwed. All right, let's see here. So this opens up. Dear Mr. Blank, we are writing to confirm receipt of your application regarding the personal records of Cora Rivera. After careful review, we regret to inform you that your request has been declined due to privacy protections outlined under the Civil Identity Protection Act, and in accordance with custodial discretion provisions. Access to the requested information cannot be granted at this time. Please do not submit duplicate requests. Decision is final, blah, blah, blah. Sincerely, M. Elwood. Knife repair kit. Okay, we can repair that knife if we want to, which I probably will. Stick, meat can, tuna can, nails? Rattle poles. I don't think I ever crafted that. Might be fun to do at some point. What the fuck did I just hear? I heard something moving around. It might have just been one of the... There's like random little dudes. You can kind of hear them just like moving around, but they just sort of pop into your vision from time to time. Alright, before we go that way... Or no, that's the way we gotta go. So this opens up and head out that way. I don't remember if this opens at all. Doesn't seem like it does. See, there was one little pop-in guy just there. Those walls can hurt you, so you want to be careful not to get too close to them. But this opens so that we can get in here and grab this police vest, which does weigh, but you can equip it just to have damage reduction and bleed reduction. It's kind of nice. I don't know why they put this door here. You can open it from here, but there's no point really walking there when you can just go around. It's just a door that you can't get through on the other side to get to that police vest until you have the madness that lets you kind of through the wall there, so... Make sure there's no architecture changes if I swing the camera around, because sometimes there are. Alright, now, before we leave this section, so we have to open this, but instead of going through here, we need to collect those 3 fuses that we just left up there. Because if you don't, you won't be able to get them, and again, we need them in order to not kill the boss. Oh, what just happened to my frames? What the heck? That's weird. Okay, got all 3.
The longer you linger in this place, the faster its sickness takes hold. I've been trapped for what feels like an eternity. It doesn't control me anymore. It can't. Give it time. You'll learn to live with it too.
These enemies are not too hard to kill with melee, but they just sort of chase you down, and they kind of intend for you to just use your guns. So there's a crafting station over here, I think. Workbench, I mean. As well as some other stuff to find. Open up. Open up. Open. Thank you. At least I thought there was an item in here, but I guess not on this one. Okay, let me make a new one of these. Is that not? What? That should be working. Is it because it's not the right type of handle? No, it says pickaxe head. Oh, I don't have the wood glue. Duh. Oops. Did I put it in there already? Alright. We got our pickaxe back. I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna put the knife and the knife repair kit in there. I don't think you can't add like tape to make a knife last longer. It just is what it is. But these are just like nice to have around as like a backup if you want to like just you can throw them, of course, but they're good for just kind of like quick damage that doesn't use a lot of stamina, and again, just as like a backup. So we can make red and blue syringe compound, which does what again? Gives a big energy boost, allows faster attacks, causes extreme hunger. Well, we're already... Oh no, sorry, that was just showing what it would do. Oh right, I wanted to make bandages too. We have a fuck ton of cloth. Bandages out there. It's like 2 per. Let's make 1 more. Okay, that should do. Just got like a lot of food we need to eat up here. Also likely don't really need all this tape. I'll drop 2 of them because we're kind of overloaded on tape. Alright, so now that we've gone that way, I don't think we can go back at all. Yeah, because it's all blocked off, so we have to just go up here now. Again, there was a save point down here, but now it's just a bunch of cursed wall instead. This is a little nasty what it does here. As soon as you cross that threshold, starts throwing these enemies at you. Starts throwing these enemies at you, but if you backtrack too much, you're gonna walk backwards into damage. This has some secret stuff in it. Some SMG ammo that we don't actually really need in the long run, but we'll take now. Still useful.
You're nearing the prison entrance. I'll open the gate for you.
At some point, more of those guys are gonna spawn in. Go that way. Been through all this already. Oh, there they are. I don't think anything changes back that way. Just keep going. Yeah, those guys spawn once you like hit a certain threshold, but I can't remember if they also show up behind you as well. Small sledgehammer. Nothing I need right now. That was weird. The inventory just sort of glitched out. Good though. I think, let me actually put the med kits on a quick slot for now. There's really just a lot I like about the way that they've designed elements in this game. In terms of just the environment and stuff. Hello, over there. Even just like these sections where you have to like dive under the water. It's kind of darker than I remember actually, but I don't know why. a long dive. Yeah, we gotta go back under. We have to shoot that chain. You can kind of investigate otherwise, but you end up having to come back over here. You shoot the chain down so that this key falls down here. Okay. Scree. Green and blue. Damages health. Increases hunger. Gives you a big boost. Gonna bother with that right now. But we do need to really lose some weight here. What could we reliably just drop at this point? Probably a lot of shit. That for the boost. That for the boost. Tyler, I appreciate that you want to reconnect after moving back to the mainland. I am so sorry to hear about your illness. I feel terrible for keeping this a secret for so long, but trying to get a hold of you since you left Fort Oasis was almost impossible. We have a child. She is beautiful. Her name is Cora. Please keep in touch. Write back to me. This bracelet. I don't know. I'm not sure if you need to pick up Cora's bracelet for good ending stuff or not, but you might as well. Alright, we can finally save again. We're no longer hallucinating, which is good because I don't really want to fight the boss while doing that. Although it would be nice if the wall was just open automatically. That'd be kind of sick, actually. Corp. Alright, but I want to save it for sure because we're about to fight said boss down here. So, to give you guys a quick heads up on what I'm going to try to do, we need to get in here in order to not kill the boss, because that's an auxiliary exit. So that's what the 3 fuses that we needed are for. But in order to get there, we have to get this wall somewhere around here where this writing is to break. But we can't just break it ourselves. We need the boss to do it for us. Now, I'll give you one fuse to deal with this here because they expect you to not have one. But while we're fighting, what will happen is there's like a bunch of like gas tubes on the ceiling we can use to try to like burn the boss to get her to be vulnerable and stuff. Like she breaks open these other pillars. You shoot those, the stuff that's inside the pillars to damage her. But we kind of can't reliably keep igniting her with the gas. We can do it like once. So the rest of the time we just have to kind of keep shooting her a whole bunch, and it gets kind of fucking annoying, honestly. So, but there'll be lots of ammo in the environment to pick up, which is why I was saying we don't really need a lot of SMG ammo because we technically have infinite while we're here, so. There she is.
Don't get too close. Take care of them.
That attack in particular really pisses me off. Also, I feel like I'm extra slow for some reason. It might just be the water, but... I might just be carrying too much. I didn't want to be kind of in line of sight of that happening, so that's kind of unfortunate. Come here. Yeah, you can kind of understand though, like why this is kind of like a pain in the ass, because like we need to get her to do her like little telekinetic burst thing out over here next to this thing where there's like not really a lot of gas, and then sometimes she does that electrified water shit, so we just can't even go over there. Faster, that's good. Come on, get over here. I just wish there was an easier way to do it, is all, like... I may have to destroy the wall, the pillar thing, to get her to do it again in the first place, actually. Let's try again. Now that she's... Yeah, there we go. Alright, I keep forgetting you need to not look at that when it happens. It's alright. It's giving us an excuse to use our medkits up. But she broke it in one. Usually that takes a couple. Or at least it did for me. Maybe it's just because I did it more efficiently. I don't know. Okay, sick. See ya.
Don't go. Please, not again. Don't leave us.
Okay, I forgot. I was making it harder than it needs to be. You need to... If you damage her enough where she exposes one of the insides of the pillars, you have to break that, or she won't do it again. It doesn't let you just stack them for whatever reason. Right. That up. Sort. Switch this back to number 2, I think. Actually, no. Let's put it as the harpoon gun. Alright. But yeah, otherwise, you just kind of do that like 3 or 4 times, like shooting the innards of the pillars to kill her normally. And then that just opens like another gate and you can leave. But you do that and you know, if you, I guess if you don't meet any, or like you have to meet all of the requirements. So if you miss any of the optional things, you will just get the bad ending, I guess. Alright, so this next level I think is the one where you have to like be in madness pretty much the whole time, so we have to kind of go through it without really saving. Except for maybe in the beginning. Or at least after a point anyway. Have to be in madness. Scrap machete. I don't think... shows like this has better damage. doesn't do a lot of damage to crates, though. I don't know if we'll use that, but I might keep it for a moment. We can always reinforce it if we want to try it. We will find plenty more tape. It's basically gonna work the same as the pickaxe, just not gonna do as good of a job at breaking boxes is all. That's still 3 for 3, so that's not really bad.
If you're hearing this, I made it. I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from, but I couldn't just let this go.
Ryan. Of course now he shows up. Only when the hard part's already done.
Wrench we don't need. I think there was a point, like, I remember trying to pick this up and using it because it was like, oh, the damage is higher, but then I think I remember, like, putting, like, barbed wire or something on it at some point, and for some reason then the damage looked like it was lower. But it clearly goes past the S of damage properties there on that one, whereas this one does not. Anyway, how did it go with your washer? Fine. It's working again now. It took, you know, so obviously it took like a week, but it took like a whole week because we didn't have, you know, the means to really contact anyone outside of our landlord. Another ferry ticket. Don't want the cigarettes. I don't really need the pole. Yeah, I don't know if I can even really use... if I can craft another scrap machete. Because I'm not sure. Maybe if you just have like a handle and scrap metal, that works. Like, you don't necessarily maybe need a headpiece. Still not super happy to be fighting dogs, but at least these are... aside from the dog noises, they're not overly dog-looking. They're just kind of dog-like. It's the small hammer recipe, which we already have. You can find some recipes repeatedly. Anyway, yeah, so we couldn't really contact anyone. Like, it broke down on, like, on 2 Fridays ago. And because it was like late on a Friday evening, I was going to do laundry and stuff. There's more of those invisible guys. I said these ones don't move, so they're kind of easy to deal with. Relax, dude. Fine. Breathing heavy. But yeah, so... so it was just kind of not really good timing, to be dealing with... anything else that's cooked? Salami. That's fine. So we had to wait until, I guess, like Monday to even really hear back much of anything. Just quickly use this up first. Rebar pole. Yeah, like I think we put in a call to my landlord like on that Friday, or not a call, but we just texted him, I guess. But we couldn't really get anything, any real word back on, you know, what to do about it until, you know, like after the weekend. So thankfully I still had like some clothing to wear throughout the week. So I didn't like have to go to a laundromat or anything. The timing still wasn't great because it was mostly stuff I don't usually wear very frequently, but use up the brick first. And then he put us in touch with like this handyman guy who has done some light like plumbing work and stuff for us before. But you know, once we figured out like how to do the diagnostics that we needed to figure out what exactly was wrong with the washer. Sorry, I keep like getting distracted and not like finishing my sentence at all. But yeah, it took us a while to get the diagnostic stuff that we, you know, needed figured out, and then once we got that to him, he was like, "Oh, you know, it's probably this, you know, actuator thingy or whatever." I don't know why we keep getting bots all of a sudden. It's probably this like actuator thingy or whatever, but then he didn't really want to deal with it himself. He was just like, "That sounds like it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass for me," so he was just kind of like, "Sorry, you guys will have to figure out something else." But thankfully we kind of knew, I don't want to fall down there. We knew, or Daedra rather knew of a, another little small business that does like washer, dryer, like they sell that stuff, but they sell them like refurbished. They also do repairs and shit. So, we had our landlord get in touch with them basically, and they sent out a dude. After we gave him all the info, he was just like, "Oh yeah, no problem. I can just bring like a new part, and if that's what's wrong with it, otherwise it might just need like something small to be fixed." But yeah, just had to have that part replaced, and then we were good to go. Do not actually have a lot of alcohol left. I just realized. All right, this way. Still have not found any cracked walls, so I hope I haven't been missing them, because I probably have, but I guess we'll find out. Oops. Accidentally threw that. Because I rebound my throw buttons to my mouse and accidentally hit the side of it when I was trying to dodge there. Like, I could put barbed wire on this. Oh, wait. I guess you can't on a scrap machete. Okay. Maybe that's why I didn't and ultimately stick with the scrap machete in my other playthrough, because you can't upgrade it any further than this, I guess. So we can technically go to some of the places in this elevator right now, but I'm actually going to hold off on that because we have to find like an elevator button elsewhere to use. But this shortcut will be unlocked for later, so that's fine. So at least we don't have to do that while we're hallucinating and shit. At least the bit that we just did. Alright, so now we can also drop down over here. Tried to ban the bot from the menu. To do so is just an empty gray box. Oh, no worries. Those guys are not really too bad to kill. They can be a little bit of a pain sometimes, but again, even though we could probably break these chains with any number of things,
There's no outrunning it now.
we need the patented horror bolt cutters to be able to open these chains. Although, interestingly, in this game, the bolt cutters are kind of like limited use, and after you've used them a certain number of times, they break. So you can use them for certain doors, like you kind of need to for certain doors. But then after that, there's other optional doors you can potentially open with some of them.
It has rooted itself deep. There is no other way to the overpass.
But you have to kind of like get choosy with them.
Kill it all. Burning it should do the trick.
And there's even like later levels, in later levels, you know, chains you can break with them, but usually I didn't carry them quite that far. Burn the fuckers, sever the connections, rag, empty bottle, something flammable, lighter fluid. I am here, apartments, oasis, arcade. So we can't pass this wall of damaging fuckery. This is what we need to be mad for, you know, hallucinating, because you won't have the bolt cutters, I think. Unless they change that. I don't remember them doing it this way, because I don't feel like I remember that being there, but normally you get like an additional pathway, because like you're not supposed to burn your way through here for the good ending, so but we need to be hallucinating to open up another path. Slowed way down. I guess I did pick up some extra weight here. I'm carrying a lot. But there's always so much good shit to pick up. I'll ignore the tape. 2 greens is health up, but cause bleeding. That one's not bad, at least. Alright, I'm gonna let this scrap machete go. Get rid of a little bit of weight. And what else can we manage here, if anything? Not a lot. I mean, there's definitely stuff I don't necessarily need. I'm carrying way too much food and compound and shit. Let's make some of these, like, green compound ones, and then I might just ditch the others, because I rarely actually use the compounds at all. Although maybe I'll just keep one of each or something. Because we can definitely find more, but this is just like a big heal. It does cause you to bleed, but we can always just cure that with like a bandage or something. What else do we feel like we really don't need? It's things that give you big boosts, like even when they give you like a big offset, like a detriment of losing health or causing, hunger. You can just get the boost and then get, heal up with other things or whatever. But then sometimes it just doesn't really feel necessary when realistically it's just about getting your carry weight down. Let's drop the nail box here for the time being. Potentially pick it back up again. Okay, let's save it here. Oops, wrong button. And we're gonna be dealing with the madness stuff here pretty soon, I think. Right. Saw that one twitch for a second there, and I thought I woke them up, and I was like, oh no, I'm about to be dead. There might be a secret in this room. I've never really quite managed to find out.
Hey! I'm opening the door for you!
You don't really need to do this.
Get in!
I'm just kind of ditching stuff just to make sure I'm extra safe and because it gets rid of weight, so.
Oh, that was a close call. You alright? Listen, that voice you've been following, that one on the radio, I'm trying to reach him, desperately. All I want is for him to come home, away from this god-forsaken place, even if it's kicking and screaming. You think you're helping him, fulfilling these little requests, these rituals, but all it's doing is locking more doors. He's disappearing, and this place, this rot, it's making sure he never finds the way back. I need to see him, face to face, before there's nothing left to see. And if your path leads the same place as mine, then maybe we can help each other.
Ryan can't be trusted. It's funny how generous guilt makes people. He's not here to help us. He's here for himself. I'm just the mess he left behind. He has people, laughter, warmth, happiness, and he gets to visit my suffering like it's a fucking vacation. I'm the one who has to live here. He just passes through whenever he pleases.
Alright. Sorry, I was being delivered a puppy dog. Cisco says hi. Alright, this is probably the last time we'll get to save it before we get into the madness stuff, I think. don't know if I've ever actually used a small pickaxe. I keep forgetting it's a thing you can have in the game. I think there might be a breakable wall over there. Yep. This can't really be used for breaking the wall. We'll just use our normal one. Nothing that amazing, honestly, but that's fine. That's kind of the advantage to, like, fast weapons. Stop jiggling. Here's our bolt cutters. Okay, never mind, I lied. We can save it still. Not for much longer, though. Alright, so we have to use the bolt cutters there. I'm gonna, like, try to go around and see if I can figure out where we can do it more optionally. Because I usually go around opening most of them throughout the level. But I might want to try saving it, so we also have to use it here. Right, so the wall of connections is there. Hello. Nope, that broke. Okay. Yeah, small pickaxe head. You don't normally find these except for maybe just that one. So that's probably why I didn't realize you could even, like, have it. But I'm still not going to keep it, even though it's been kind of interesting to find. Because we already have, like, a fast weapon in the form of a knife, which works just fine, so... we want it, rather than carrying another thing. Alright, so we shouldn't have any reason to go back that way. It's a hammer handle. Oh, hello. Let's craft anything? I don't think so. Just move on. This one we have to use as well. Storms a brewing. Okay, so we need to go that way, where these guys are coming from. There's a lot of guys, too. Fucking threw a bottle and it hit the other guy. Alright, so that is where we have to go. I'm just gonna quickly check to see. I don't know, there's like this lever here. I don't know if I never figured out how to open that, if it's something you can open. Just double checking some stuff here. Yeah, you have to come out this way, I think, so hopefully I didn't waste usage here. But I'm pretty sure you have to come out this way. And in here, the stuff leading to the apartments and everything. There might be another chain to cut somewhere, but I might ignore it if there is. Although I didn't break this, I just realized. Kid. Alright, so we'll come back to this when we have the elevator button that we need. Can you break glass? Try it, doesn't look like it. Whee! Alright, so I don't know if that'll be our last. No, there's another save point right up here. I just remembered. So this one also you have to use. Step back. I promise at some point it will. I guess this one's more like just complete the level while being mad. It's still kind of a lengthy amount of time to be in the hallucinating state, but sucked. I missed again somehow. Might have lost a harpoon somewhere. Not a big deal if so. They give you quite a few if you collect them all throughout the game, but I know one of them kind of went in a weird spot. Should be retrievable still, but it might have bounced somewhere kind of out of bounds or something, so it happens. I'd be more concerned about losing like our pickaxe from like a weapon toss that went out of bounds or something, because then I wouldn't be able to get it back. They also do funny stuff like hide loot in the ceiling sometimes like that. I don't really use steroids much, but it's kind of funny to find shit like that though. I would kind of assume that gate is openable. I just have no idea. Don't look at their eyes. I think this is another one of those. It's not this. There might be another scenario up here where there's more. Oh no, I was thinking it was another scenario where there's another one of those ladies you have to like not turn away from, but that's the opposite advice, obviously. Nailed rucksack. Another thing you can technically craft if you find a bag, and I remember finding exactly one bag in the entire game and it was in a secret area. Doesn't mean you can't find more, I just didn't find them. Oh, they actually... Okay, they must have updated this, because this didn't used to tell you how many uses this thing had. Unless I somehow have two of them, but I don't think so. Give me that. This. There. Took a lot more than I thought it would. I was kind of wondering if they had updated anything, and I know that they plan another update at some point for they're doing a New Game Plus in March, because they don't have a New Game Plus at the moment. This is who they were talking about of not looking at their eyes, but you can, you just don't. The main thing about these guys is not similar to like the boss that we fought. You don't want to be like looking at them when they do their little psychic electric explosion thing or you take damage. But they can also like telekinetically fling rocks and shit at you, so you kind of just want to rush them down. To whom it may concern, I am writing this letter to let you know that due to my declining physical and emotional state, I am due to the ongoing harassment at your company, I am hereby resigning from my position at the Clearwater branch of South Spark Electrical. I can no longer bear, I thought it said beer. I can no longer bear the stress I am suffering at the workplace. I apologize for any inconvenience my resignation may cause. I will not be returning. Yours sincerely, TJ Scott. So here's another one of those, like, kind of hidden breakable walls, but they do give you a little clue here. The other one was in complete darkness that we found before, but that one, like, they kind of expect you to maybe use your lighter since it's so dark, and then you can kind of see it. And these ones are marked with X's on top of that, so. Some G bullets, pistol magazine, and a C-stem pill. Thank you. More carry weight. We love to see it. So down here, this one is definitely optional. And I'm tempted to leave it, but there is some kind of nice stuff down there. I know one of it's just barbed wire, though. There's a crafting station, though, too. Maybe I'll hold off, because it's just like those invisible enemies down there that are not hard to kill. I might just wait and see if I can carry my bolt cutters a little further than I normally do. Alright, we get a lot of enemies coming our way. Let's use this. That was like a normal dude. Why was he walking so fast? I thought he was, I had thought he was one of the weaker guys that run at you with the long tongues, which is why I, originally was gonna use the gun on him. He had recently got SMG bullets anyway, so that's fine. Rebar Club. I'll pick it up for a minute just so you guys can see it, but also my main weapon is starting to get kind of low durability. Took forever to recover there. I was gonna do a heavy attack and then I thought kind of against it, and then it took way too long to recover from not doing it. The Rebar Club is kind of nice, but it breaks pretty quickly, so... And then it becomes like a really shitty weapon as soon as it breaks. Because like, it sort of like breaks once, like partially, and then... just becomes like super weak. So we need to get into here, into the general store. We need the Oasis Goods key to do it. I gotta remember where to go, because I recall... Oh yeah, it's... This pissed me off. My first time playing the game. It's not the game's fault. It's just that it's not super easy to see. But I didn't see the elevator button sitting here. Because I was not really looking down at the ground there. I kind of wish they had put it on something instead. Oh, hi. You're here. Did they go like all the way around? I don't know. Relax. So I didn't see that, right? And you need that to make any sort of progress, because now we got to go back to the elevator, right? And I told you that there's some other floors we can visit on the elevator, but they don't lead to anything right now. So I ran around the whole fucking level in my first playthrough, like, you know, just wandering all over, like, where do I go? I don't know what to do. Oh, it's a storming out, alright. Okay, we can still save one more time. So it's not this level, I guess, although it does get kind of lengthy. Alright, the weapon is officially broken. It's kind of shitty now. It has very low damage at this point, so we're gonna drop it. Let's drink some clean water, heal up a little. I honestly don't think I used to throw alcohol at these guys much in the past. I didn't really know that they could be burned so easily, so that's kind of cool. Alright. Now let me think. Right, we're going to the elevator. Shouldn't be anything else at the pool that we need. Alright, this will be our last save, I think. Before we kind of get cut off, I think. There might be something else up in the apartments, but... insert elevator button. So 8 is where we ultimately need to go. 7, I think, is a dead end at the moment. We can check 1 and 6 really quick. Oh, sorry, we're on 1. Duh. We can check 6, I mean. I don't know why I thought that 1 was a floor we weren't already on. Probably have to switch to the knife here for a bit. See, oh no, it is 6. Sorry, I had them backwards. 6 is the one with the dead end. We don't really need to be doing 7 right now because we're going to end up on 7 anyway, I'm pretty sure. In which case, maybe it's better that I don't do it. We can have a quick look out here just for the hell of it. Goopy floor. Kind of looks like there's almost like an eyeball there. It's not really, but... 2 reds. So this one, like, cancels out hunger for a bit. I tried using this to get rid of the, like, hunger bug before, but it didn't do anything. But gives you a bunch of bleed. We still have a handle, so although this is close to breaking, so I guess I'll take it. Is this open? Like, I was thinking it was like one of those trapdoors, but I don't think so. So we'll run into a dead end on this side. I just want to preemptively collect some of the shit that's over here. So we might want it for later. SMG bullets, meat can. I don't want to fall on the spikes trying to get it later. So we'll come back through this way. But now we got to go up to the 8th floor. For a bit here, like I said, because I didn't know where to go, at one point I thought I was supposed to somehow make a jump down to there, and I was like, that can't be the way I'm supposed to go. There's no way. Because there's no jump in the game. I was like, I'd have to like somehow sprint over there. I knew that wasn't going to work, so I thankfully thought better than to try it, but who would think to look right there on the floor, though? Exactly. At first, I was like, there's no way that was there. The game totally didn't load that in while I was there the first time, and it must have glitched or something. I was like, oh no. That I'm pretty sure they added, because I'm pretty sure there was not a save on this floor before. So they must have done some updates. At least I think. Alright, we have another chase area thingy of the staring women. Hello. The women who stare. I may have screwed myself a little bit here. Okay. Cool, I almost let her get me. Okay, we did it. I kind of forgot where we needed to go, so I was just like, uh-oh.
He's spoken to you again, hasn't he? The voice on the radio. Whatever his request is, it can't be the only way forward. There may still be another way, buried deep in these walls. This is what you came for, right? Can I trust you will do the right thing? There's still someone in there. And I need to believe it's not too late to reach them.
So you can probably kind of tell by all the shit that's in our vision here, but we're already kind of hallucinating after being panicked by those things. That might have caused enemies to spawn. I hope it didn't yet, because I wanted to look in here first. See, we can get another pistol here, which, like I said, this was the first time I found this gun because I missed it in the early game.
Howdy, it's Wayne again. Just calling back about the room you were asking about leasing. It's short notice, but yeah, I can make it work. The room's available, a bit small and dusty, hasn't seen much use lately, but it's quiet and the radiator works, so that's a bonus. Short-term lease is fine, I've done it before. I'll leave the keys in the lockbox by the front steps. The place will be ready by the time you ship in. Hope you can make yourself at home, even if it's just for a short little while. All right, give me a ring if you need anything else.
By the way, there's no aim down iron sights in this game or anything. If you do like alternate attack, it just does like a pistol whip with all the, or like a gun bash with all the different guns. Alright. Now we go to... We're on floor 7, so we want to go to 6 while we're hallucinating. Done with work for today. How's it going? Welcome back, Robin. Hope you're doing well. Anybody play any good demos during the demo week yet? No, I have not played anything myself. Creepy hands. So yeah, now this becomes open on the 6th floor.
Every moment you dwell here will lead you closer to inevitability. If you still had a chance to leave, would you take it?
Sorry, the reason I'm doing like little triple takes in some areas is just to make sure that the environment doesn't change, because sometimes it does, and that'll let you find like some other secret items and shit. Where'd you go?
Hey, you work with the Coast Guards, right? That storm was like nothing I've ever seen. When I spotted your boat, I
Hello,
honestly didn't
I'm not
think
gonna hurt
anyone
you.
could have survived. Name's Ryan. Come on, I'll give you the tour.
The place is a bit rough, huh?
I thought the same when I first washed up here, but before you know it, you won't want to leave.
So there's a second thing we have to kind of do, or rather not do, in this level, aside from staying in madness so that we can escape instead of burning down the wall of connections, as it's called. There's going to be a section up here where there's more of those like just dudes that are kind of standing around, although they'll become hostile. We need to not kill any of them. We have to just sort of run past them, despite the fact that it will seem like killing them is going to be the best option. So I'm going to give myself some boosts and get rid of some weight while we're at it. So that should be coming up here, I think. Yeah, these guys. You can kill them here if you want, but, you know, not a good idea. Ouch.
Don't let them get in your way.
Alright,
Kill
fuck the
them.
boosts then. I should have done it already, but sudden hands. Yeah. Alright. I'm not going to go anywhere near that save point because I need to stay in madness here for the rest of it. Just need to not kill these guys, so I'm going to try my best not to get too close to any of them if they pop up. Don't do that. There's the sack we can turn into like a rock sack. I don't know. I ain't bothering, honestly. We can make Molotovs, which is what you would need for the thing to burn them all, but
I don't know what I'm doing.
not going to be going that way anyway.
I'm helping. I left him.
You came here seeking meaning, seeking truth. But when you stood at the threshold, you faltered. You couldn't go through with it. They won't.
I think I
cease
interrupted
until
that
strip you apart,
voice log there, but
piece by
with his
piece,
voice log.
until there's nothing left.
He's basically chastising us for not burning our way past the wall right now, because this is the alternate path that we're on.
There it is, his confession. Hope always stinks like that. Warm, nervous, and naive. Don't let him get in the way.
Barbed butcher. Wearable armor, higher max weight. So the police vest is nice for reducing damage, but we're gonna wear this because it gives us a big weight encumbrance limit up. So sir, please. That might just stay twisted until we ground ourselves here. So we're past the wall. We can save it now, I believe, but we don't have to. We might as well just go. Because we should be grounded by the time we get into the next level anyway. But yeah, so if you do things the way he wants you to, Ryan, the guy who's been showing up a couple times this level, appears when you come back to the wall of connection, so you have to burn him along with the wall, although he looks all distorted and shit. But obviously we don't want to... We're taking the good path. We're trying not to kill people. At least, you know, non-monstery things when we don't need to. Raspberry cream cake. Ooh, that sounds good. Alright, this pickaxe is very close to being broken. Okay, so we can save it here. We can make Molotovs now, which I might as well, I guess. I don't know why I picked up this stupid sack. I don't think I'm gonna make a nailed rock. Maybe, if we find a rock and we find some nails, maybe I'll make one just for the fun of it. Alright. Let me think for a second here. I think this level is also the one we have to finish whilst hallucinating. It's like the other one that we have to do. This one might take even longer with it, so yeah, we'll just save again really quick. Because there's a point where we basically have to take pills again, like kind of early in.
This place.
And then we need to stay
Remembers you.
hallucinating for the whole level if we want to do it correctly. Don't really need any scissors. I could just intentionally break this pickaxe. If I just like slam it against a wall a bunch, it will eventually break. That way we can just have like a fresh craft of it, I guess, before we get too far. But I don't know, we have like a knife for backups. It's not a big deal. Hello TS, thanks for returning the paperwork. I've extended your lease to the end of 89. Really glad you can stay with us longer, even though we haven't seen you much lately. I will try to make more of an effort to connect now that you are staying put. Please do come say hello if you are walking past to grab a beer. My door is always open. Wayne, which was the voice of the guy we heard on the TV earlier, I think. Good old Wayne. Some interesting landscapes to include with the skybox here. Do I commit or should I fucking repair this thing first? I wish you could like choose to break a weapon for all the, because they've definitely added some quality of life things since I last played this. We still have 2 uses, I think, on the bolt cutters, unless that's not what that means. I don't know, but it's called Wayne's World, maybe. This won't take that long. There we go. There. Now we have a nice full durability weapon. I don't have to really think about it. We technically get rid of a little bit of weight by doing all that, so... work. Right, so now we get dudes with weapons and shit. Okay, he blew himself up. Oh shit, I should have thought about that. Well... what I'm regretting at the moment, although I guess, hang on, I'm gonna do something a little silly, but because I didn't overwrite the same save. Hold on. Oh wait, no, I can't go back anyway. Shit. Never mind. It's fine. We'll just reload the most recent one I did. I forgot I had to drop down, so it didn't matter. The axe head that I can get off of this will make a slightly better weapon. Well, not slightly, a better weapon. Man, this is loading longer than I thought it would too. It'll make a better weapon than the pickaxe, so we can kind of replace it. So I loaded the wrong save anyway. But yeah, what I'll do is just go ahead and kill him again, and then we'll just break the axe so that we have an axe head for later. Although we'll probably just find one at some point. But I was just thinking, oh, I could go back and make an axe right now, but I forgot that we had to drop down, and we can't return to that workbench, so there's no point reloading the save. The only reason I was gonna reload the save was just so that I would have my barbed wire still, which I technically would have had extra of if I had gone into that other room that we held off on going into in the last level, but I wanted to see if we could take our bolt cutters a little further in this playthrough than places I've already been, so... So yeah, those guys, they can toss their weapons at you. They have some other stuff I think they can throw, and then the tank on their back can ignite and explode. But when it gets ignited, they'll try to throw the tank at you if you're like anywhere in their line of sight, so it just kind of helps to not be. They'll just usually end up blowing themselves up instead. So now we should have, yeah, there it is, an axe head that we can use for later, although, like I said, we may just end up finding one that was potentially kind of pointless to do, but... Yeah, I do kind of wish there's actually plenty of weapon variety in this game. My only problem is that like certain weapons just feel to me better than others.
Retracing old steps and replaying every
Like
moment.
a lot of the big ones just feel way too slow,
Wondering where it all fell apart.
and these like mid-sized ones are kind of the sweet spot in my opinion.
Point.
But a lot of the
You can't rewrite what's already happened. My path brought me here to this corpse of a home. These fading memories. They're all I have left.
sorry, I didn't want to speak over him. A lot of the kind of medium-sized weapons feel like a good sweet spot of like attack speed and stamina usage, but
The path forward is clear. You'll find a
but a
bridge
lot
leading
of
to
what
the
there
north
is
side of
just
the
isn't
island.
as good as like the pickaxe or
Beyond
the
that
regular
lies the
axe, in my
central district
opinion.
of Fort Oasis. And further still, the entrance to the mine. That's where I'll be waiting. Where it all began.
Just leave that one there because I already have another one in my inventory.
I have been waiting for this moment. Waiting for what feels like a lifetime.
There's not even anything back here. You've been gypped. Okay, so here's the pills that we need to take. I'm not going to do it just yet. But they'll get us another gun in there when we do. Just want to see about maybe pre-clearing a couple things before I go do that. Oh, these things actually do get closer when you're kind of near them. I didn't realize that. I'm so used to them just seeming kind of stationary that I just didn't realize they actually can move when you get close enough. They're pretty slow, though. Scrap spear. Well, there's a nail box. If we find a rock, we can make the nailed rucksack. It's probably not going to be very good, but I'm just curious because I've never made it. At least I don't think I have. Really want any of your meat, although I'm pretty sure there's another gas cooker in this level. Speaking of being cooked, it's me. Alright, that's pretty much all the pre-clearing we can do. Yo, Karate, how's it going? How you doing, buddy? Drink that just to get rid of our hunger a little bit. As soon as you pick up that high dose medication, this shuts behind you. Here we go. Revolver. How you been, Karate? Hope it's been, hope you've been doing good. Hello up there. Your head's stuck to the ceiling. turn around. I thought that was where you're supposed to go, though. Maybe there was a lever I missed. Just double checking back here to make sure I didn't forget something. I don't think so, though. Do I need to have the gun out? I don't think that's necessary either, but... Oh, I know what I need to do. I forgot.
All right, Mr. Scott. Just relax your arm. This'll only take a moment.
Apologies for the incoming jet noise. They're being kind of shitty again today with the jets. Like, circling overhead shitty, so it's gonna be loud when they get near. Forgot these guys are kind of tanky.
You're doing great. Another few rounds, and you'll be through the worst of it. Nothing? Alright. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Karate. Hope you're doing well. Hope it's a... I don't know why I said that again. Hope it's a good one for you. Happy birthday. I hope that, I hope you have yourself some good cake. Sorry, I was getting distracted with the game here.
Feels like it's already done.
Yesterday was hectic, but today was chill, thankfully. Nice. Well, always good when you can have a nice chill birthday, so... I remember on my birthday here this year, recently, I was eating something, I don't remember what it was, but I like spilled some sauce on myself, and I was just like, really? On my birthday? How could this happen? An injustice. Anyway, I hope that you don't spill any sauce on yourself today, of all days, unless you mean to, or if it otherwise leaves you particularly unbothered because, you know, it's particularly good food that you're eating when you spill said sauce. Okay, we need to stay mad, so to be careful not to get too close to any save points here. Alright. I've had it kind of glitch out on me before where just walking near a save point caused me to become grounded again. And I don't want that to happen. So normally you'd just walk over to the save point to ground yourself just for the heck of it, you know, but it is our mission currently for the good ending to not do that, because we can explore alternate paths and shit. I don't really need a sledgehammer head though. Slowest door ever. Oh, I think I also need to answer these phones too.
Record player. I know grounding yourself right now is what you're aching to do, but we may have to dig deeper if we're going to make it through this. I know it hurts, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It may be faint, but it's there. You're stronger than you think. You just have to keep moving toward it.
I mean, I could make the axe a while if I want. I would like to find barbed wire first, but might as well just go ahead and make it so we've got it as the backup. Although, actually, yeah, to be fair, I didn't have a recipe. I forgot. That's another thing. I maybe shouldn't have done it that way, because I'm surprised it actually let me craft it without the recipe, because I feel like in the past it didn't used to let you do that, but maybe they do now. So you're supposed to answer these phones. I think if you try to answering them when you're not hallucinating, you don't hear anything on the other end.
To the north.
There's a rock.
There's only
We
one
could
way to
go.
the mine now.
I guess we could go
The
make
catacombs
our
below,
nailed
but they're
rock
flooded.
sack.
You'll have to drain them. There's a pump station on the eastern wing.
Damn, we can't
through
go
the
here
forest.
because it's flooded. So part of our goal right now is to drain the catacombs, but we actually won't be back here for a while. I lose the other two harpoons already? I think the harpoons maybe can sometimes break too. I'm not sure, but... Oh no, there's one. They just bounce to weird spaces. Barbed butcher pipe. Speaking of, I might have lost one now because I don't see where that other harpoon went. Not a big deal though. Like I said, I don't really mind having a lot of harpoon ammo because in the past I've collected a bunch of it and it just really kind of takes up a lot of space. Or rather, weight. Alright, let me just quickly go back and see about maybe crafting the rock sack just for the hell of it. I think it's this. Rock. Nails. Is it glue or tape? What's the recipe? Nail, rock, bag. Tape? I don't know. Nail. Rock. Bag. Tape. Doesn't seem to work. Hold on. Why is this not working? I wish it told you in text, like, sometimes. This guy's voice acting reminds me of Meat Canyon Steve voice acting. Don't know why, because it's obviously not him. Yeah, no, but I can kind of get what you mean, though. It does sort of sound like him a bit. I'm not sure what the game wants from me here with this one. I can't make like a nail rock ahead of time. I don't think I'm supposed to use a brick. Maybe they want barbed wire instead, but do they not need the bag? Do they need... No, it says nailed rock on this. So why does nothing come up? Hold on, let me try looking this one up just to see if there's any info on it. Total chaos nailed rock. I don't know. I'm not really getting much in the way of answers, which is kind of expected, but... just says the only thing I found was just nails, sack, rock, but it doesn't work for some reason, so I guess I'm just gonna get rid of it. We can keep the nail box. I don't know, hold on to it for now. Maybe it'll let us do it later for some reason. I just don't know why it's not working now. I've never crafted it before. I just wanted to see what would happen if we made one. Cheating without grinding yourself is risky. Your progress will not be saved. Yada yada. Yes, I know. That is the point, good sir. Come this way a bit, please. Because I know there's another enemy over there that I didn't quite aggro, so... Yeah, this is a secret down here, which I guess we'll get to, but only the ammo is going to be all that useful. because the police vest down there we don't want. We want to stick with the other one that we're wearing. Fuck. I was trying to ignite his canister, but it didn't quite work. Well, he's dead anyway. I guess I'm glad I crafted that axe anyway, because we're already running kind of low on durability on this thing. What's heaviest here? Cometh here, good sir. Spade and small spade. Barbed rebar rock. Okay. They do give you an extra harpoon gun here. I'm just going to take the harpoon out of it for myself. There's actually a handful of harpoon guns in the game. I don't remember. There's a secret around here somewhere. It's not there, though. It's over here. I think we go down into something. You can, I think you can kind of make it across these, but there's no reason to. It doesn't lead to anything. I'll test out the shovel again. I don't think it's particularly good, but just to try it. Down there is where the secret is, I'm pretty sure. That leads to the police vest, but I think there's more ammo down there, so we'll definitely go get it. Sorry for the jet noise. Man, I really wish they could just fucking discontinue doing that shit here. Some days it's not that bad when they're doing it, but like today it's just really fucking shitty. It's way louder than it needs to be. They just don't pay attention or adhere to their end of the agreement anymore of not flying it really over civilian, residential, I should say, areas. They just do it because they can. I don't think we need more wood glue at this point. My pickaxe is about to break, though, so... have to switch to the axe, I think.
Over there. The entrance to the library. Your path to the pump station leads through there. You need to find 2 keys to enter.
Scrap spear ragged. Alright, there's a save point up here I gotta, like, try to avoid. Can I make anything? I guess I was gonna, like, try making the shovel just for the hell of it, but I don't think it has good damage, though. I don't have a small handle to try, like, a, small spade out, but we can just take a look at it here. Damage is not bad. It's actually better, but it's gonna be a slow weapon. Hunger Buster. Might be worth checking out the small spade, because I don't know if I really gave it much chance in the past. That'll mean breaking this thing. How about now? Will you let me make this fucking stupid sack bullshit? Explain why this doesn't work. I don't understand. Alright, ignore the save point. Start introducing like some slightly tougher versions of some of the enemies we've fought already. Temporarily stops hunger ailments, reduces 6 bars of hunger. I mean, we can. I might as well just hold on to it, though. It's lightweight. In fact, it doesn't weigh anything. There's a small wooden handle. Alright, we could break the shovel then. There's a couple of different ways we gotta go at this point. Just come up here. Fucking headbutted me. Yo, Brett, how's it going? Yes, we did beat Cresol. So that's path, we'll call that path 2. Path 1 is that way. And we need to do both while staying mad, hallucinating. Green, green, red for big heal. That one's at least a worthwhile one because there's no downside. But the point of going to both of those paths is to get key items, which we need to open up this like temple area in here, this library temple thing. So we need 2 library keys. I'm just gonna leave the steroids, I think. Just wait. Let's check the other side of this. How's it going, Brett? Yeah, we beat Cresol last week. Whatever day it was I played. Friday, I think. I know it was the same day as Anna's birthday, I'm pretty sure. Trying to get this thing to break a little faster so that we can actually try crafting the small one and see if it's any better. Take the steroid or the stim packs. I don't want the steroids. Who's that? I guess I should wait until I find another small wooden handle anyway, because our Well, no, we were gonna replace the pickaxe with the regular axe, so we'll just do that. I'll keep the pickaxe head just in case we need it as a backup, but for now, I think I'm just gonna ditch the sack. I don't know why that's not working. I'll keep the nails just in case, but just throw away the rock. Random ambient noises. Maybe think someone was stepping up to me over here. Anyway, we still have the axe for a backup, so we'll just use that here. If we need it. So yeah, this one I've not, or no, maybe I have come into this one before, but I'll just go ahead and open it. Does it say? Yeah, no longer says a 2 there, so maybe it did kind of keep count, but there's a lot of ammo in here, so. Bat. Shotgun shells. Pole we don't need. Sure, Robin, you can tell me if you found like if someone has like a tip to make it work, because I'm just curious how to actually craft the thing, because it says that it's just nails, rock in the sack, but it doesn't seem to work. You need to first craft a nailed rock, which nails. Okay, let's see. If maybe I just need to put nails, rock, and tape together. Yeah, okay, there we go. I was wondering if I could make a nailed rock, but I didn't. I must have just not put the tape in there with it to try that. So, all right, thank you. So this is a throwable, which I've never made before. Can be combined with rebar to make like a nailed rebar club, probably. Nailed rock sack. Sack with large nailed rock inside. I just want to make this because I've never fucking made it before. And then I'm sure we can make like a nailed bat, but I'll hold on to this for the moment. Yeah, get sacked. What's the damage like? It's not great. It's like okay, as much as like flinging a sack at something would probably be all right, you know. So let's just fuck around with it for a bit, and then I'll probably just ditch it. But thank you for the help, Robin. I definitely was just very curious to see how this thing works, because like I said, I've never crafted it in any of my playthroughs. I mean, it works. Oh, no. I forgot that there's like some enemies that come up here. I got distracted because I was looking to see if I had any more throwables, but it doesn't seem like I do. No, wait. I do. Why the fuck wasn't it auto-equipping them then? Oh, that works. Got blowed up. I must have a bunch of, yeah, I have a lot of stim packs. I need to start using those too, or just start ditching them. I went through that in my first playthrough as well. Like, I had so many of them that I eventually just got rid of them. Buster. Trace Buster, Buster, Buster. Well, we have hunger, sure. We should be heading towards the area with the key, though. I thought. Maybe I went the wrong way? Or does this just dead end over here? Maybe it does. Oh, here we go. Hi, friends. I think I might want a little bit of firepower for this. It's act. Hello.
Kept in touch with Lita. She's not
This
easy
is
to
a
find
trap
these
door,
days.
I think.
I'm sorry about that. Hearing you got a little girl.
That.
That's
And that.
incredible. I'm sorry you haven't been able to see her. I can't imagine how much that weighs on you. You need to focus on yourself first. Get your footing. Your mind in a place where you can stand again. You've been to hell and back. I know it's left scars, but it's good. No, it's reassuring to hear you're starting to mend.
I mean, it does decent damage. I feel like the shovel is, maybe it's just because of the speed of it, but the shovel feels kind of weak. But I still want to try the short spade, just to see if it is any good. It probably won't be any better than the axe, but still check it out.
Hello, Mr. Scott. This is John Thomas from CW Medical. Just following up. We had a scheduled follow-up appointment a few weeks ago, but we haven't heard back from you.
My
Hope
gun like
everything's
fired
alright.
twice there.
You decided to continue care elsewhere. That's perfectly fine. But if not, would really recommend coming in for routine monitoring. It's important to stay ahead of any changes. If you get this message, please give us a call. We're here if you need us.
Okay, gun is kind of out of ammo. Let's just put the one bullet that's in there in it for now, but so we're not carrying any in the inventory. I think the butcher knife is probably a little bit better than the regular knife. I should probably use that at some point. But let's make the shotgun our backup for now. Boom. I see you. Well, we're gonna have to say goodbye to our spiky sock here. Like after this enemy. Not even after. I was just wondering how many baps with a shotgun it would take. Alright, let's put this back on. Till it breaks. Pretty soon. Yes, alas, our spiky sack, you served us well. That'll probably be the only one for like the whole playthrough that we'll have. Possibly. Missed. Well, that harpoon's probably gone. So it probably rocketed off the side of the cliff. Oh no, maybe that's it right there. Yep. I thought more of you were standing there when I threw that. Oh well. Anyone else want to walk into the fire? No, no. That'll work. And the camera's shaking so much. I thought it was pushing me back for a second there. Honestly, I probably could have saved that Molotov and just thrown some alcohol at them while they were next to that barrel. That would have lit them on fire too. But oh well. Knives are definitely pretty good weapons. They're quick. They lose durability kind of fast, but they're just not good for, like, breaking anything. Just not even gonna try picking up the item that's there. I don't want to accidentally save it. Right, okay. So this is a whole thing down here. Right, so if we step in front of one of these fans, it'll make our lighter go out. There's a reason we don't really want to be in the dark down here. You'll quickly see here shortly.
The key
Alright, what can we craft?
is fractured, but the fragments should be nearby.
Not much.
Security
We
measures
still have
will
our
shut this
axe, but we
facility
haven't found
down.
any barbed wire yet.
I'll try to get the grid started up again from my end.
So in the other location, the key would kind of be like on this pedestal, but it's not here. We have to actually find two. The key is broken in two halves in this area, and then we have to we have to repair it at this crafting bench. Is there a reason why you wouldn't want to save? So in order to save, well, whenever you want to save, you have to use one of those record players, right? Which is fine, and that's the only way you get to, like, reload the game, so obviously it's risky to not do it. But I'm going for the good ending right now. which requires doing some kind of obscure and difficult things. And if you try to use a record player when you're hallucinating, which we currently are, it grounds you so that you no longer hallucinate. And each level has like specific circumstances that make you hallucinate. I can't just like start it back up again after saving. So effectively the challenge of this level as part of the good ending requirement, or one of the several good ending requirements, is to basically do this whole level while hallucinating like this. Because it opens up certain other paths and stuff that you need to get to in order to do this level's requirement. But if I interact with a single save point, I will stop hallucinating and it'll kind of screw things up. Which is risky, of course, because if I die somewhere in this level, then that's it. I will have to restart. Alright, I tell you what, before I go in there, I need to take a real quick restroom break, y'all. Surprised I didn't need to before because it's already been 4.5 hours. I'm going to keep going for a while yet. I'm not going to stop at 5. Because it'd only be 30 minutes from now and I want to keep going. I don't know that we'll necessarily finish the whole game in one sitting, because that'll take a while. There's like 9 chapters and this is like chapter 5, I think. So we're a little over halfway, but you know, each chapter is kind of long is all. But if I can, before the release of Resident Evil on Friday, you know, if I get another chance to stream on like Thursday or something, maybe I will just finish this. If not, we'll come back to it sometime after. I'm not an expert if parts of the area are actually opening up. I don't think it counts as hallucinating. Well, this whole game is kind of weird. It's as though it's all happening in your head. Anyway, I will be right back, y'all. All right, I'm back. Bonus puppy cam for like a hot second. Hey, buddy. He's snoozing. I don't expect him to stay there super long, so off we go again. Part of the reason I don't want to keep the puppy cam on is that because of how dark this game is, it's going to be kind of jarring to have like a bright square in the bottom right corner of the screen. But I thought he could say hello. Anyway, okay, let's go do this. So you're supposed to just sort of run through the area, but I might actually kill these things. So they don't like your light. As soon as you let the light go out, they try to come towards you. But they won't come too far this way. Because there's light coming from there. It feels like that should not have taken that many shots. Yeah, 2 seems more appropriate, but... Obviously, you can just kind of walk past them and everything, but, at least when you have, like, your light on. But the problem is that in certain spots, not only will fans blow your lighter out, but, let's put this as number 2 for a second. Not only will fans blow the lighter out, but the lighter just goes out from time to time, and sometimes it takes several clicks to get to go again, so they can chew you up pretty fast if you let them in the darkness. Seven pistol shots is kind of a lot. Maybe we won't kill all of them, maybe we'll just kill some. There's other spots that'll be a little easier to kill, like over here. So I have a light kind of like right next to me. But they do have a bit of reach is the thing. This would have actually been a good place to have those Molotovs. Can't quite reach them without them hitting me. It'll be easier in some other areas for sure. I don't know if that was hitting you or not. The shovel broke, so I was hitting something. There's certain areas where you can kind of crouch and hit them. Like if I go to those vents, it might work a little bit better, but alright, I'm gonna stop doing this because I'm just getting chewed up. Drink some water. Get rid of those anyway. Oh yeah, this they never fixed, I guess. Their corpses still like kind of turn to look at you when you're like moving around them with a light on. I don't know why. It's just a bug. But it's definitely like kind of creepy that they do it. Anyway, you're supposed to just run past them with your lighter on and then get into here, but there's more of them out here too. Alright, that's one key fragment acquired. Fuck, come on. Lights. Lights, you piece of shit. Oh my god. We fucked. Yep. Oh, I can't believe that fucking happened. Well, this is why I should have fucking killed them. The fucking thing went out like real fucking fast because there's a fan there and then I just couldn't do anything. Unfortunately, there's definitely no way we're finishing this today because I now have to do basically the whole level over again. Fuck me, man. That was so stupid. I've died to one of them before on like one of my first playthroughs for the exact same reason. Fuck, man, I am so far back now. This is gonna take forever. Why did you not? Come on. What the fuck? Just randomly not behaving. That's what you get for being in a hurry, I guess, but... But yeah, they definitely could have designed that a little bit better, if I'm honest. That section. So I definitely should not have found myself in this position, but...
Only take a moment. You're doing great. Another few rounds and you'll be through the worst of it.
I'm just gonna try my best to sort of speed run through part of this. We don't need to kill that one because there's no loot there.
Feels like
and that's really unfortunate. Like I said, there's only 9 chapters, but the chapters are kind of long. There's just a lot to do. Anyway, next time, we could probably sneak past maybe the initial group of them, but I'm gonna have to play it slow and kill them because it just, you know, it's just too easy for them to kill you if they start staggering you like that, because for whatever reason the lighter just doesn't want to light when that happens, so shut up.
know grounding yourself right now is what you're aching to do, but we may have to dig deeper if we're going to make it through this. I know it hurts, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It may be faint, but it's there. You're stronger than you think. You just have to keep moving toward it.
Here's that rock that we wanted. Alright, I guess I will make the rock sack again. The spiky ball sack to fight enemies with. Just because we had it last time and I don't want to like run in there with less durability for stuff otherwise, so have that. Okay. Hey, fake entity. Welcome in. Thank you for the
They've destroyed the bridge to the north.
cheer. I appreciate it.
There's only one way to the mine now, to the catacombs below, but they're flooded. You'll have to drain them. There's a pump station on the eastern wing through the forest.
No, I'm not in survival mode. I'm not playing on tourist mode either, but I've played through the game before, but I have not played it on stream, so I just kind of felt like we had recently played Creasol, and it kind of made me want to play this again, and showed off on stream, so I just figured I'd play kind of the default this time around. But I do want to, I think, revisit it at a later point in survival mode, just to do kind of like a little bit more of a challenge playthrough, and maybe come up with some other challenging things to do in addition to survival mode, just to see how hard we can make it for fun. Harpoon happened to end up over here. No, I don't know where that other one went. Oh well. A little too close there. I think regular mode is a bit easier than Total Chaos in 2018. Yeah, probably. That would not surprise me. Let's just eat a little bit of stuff. So the extra thingies down there. That sucks. I'm not quite sure how I missed with that one, but that's fine. Equip this. Actually, I'll save some of these. Just this. Let's take the harpoon out of that and move on. Okay, this time I don't think I'm gonna make the full shovel, but I'll make the small one when I have a small handle just to try it out. Stuff, but anyway, we're slowly catching back up to where we were. Need to worry about picking that up. Still just stick with our weight vest thingy. Haven't seen this weapon. Yeah, this is actually the first time I've made it for a playthrough as well. The spiky nailed rock sack, that's what it's called. So you have to first make a nailed rock and then put it in a sack, but I feel like in my last playthrough I only found like one sack in the entire game, so there might have been another one somewhere, but I don't know, it's just kind of funny.
Over there. The entrance to the library. Your path to the pump station leads through there. You need to find 2 keys to enter.
Let's see. I don't have a wooden handle available at the moment, so when we find one, we can try. I remember there being one kind of nearby. Yep, there that goes. Once we find one, we can try making the short spade to see if it's any good. I don't know if I ever did before. Guess bad ending again. I'm going for the good ending on this one. I've, you know, in my off-stream playthroughs, I've gotten both the good and bad ending, but so far we're on the right path to get the good ending, technically. I think the good ending needed a bit too much secret hunting. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things I didn't really like about doing it, like having to avoid killing the first sort of like boss fight was not my favorite, mainly just because triggering it the proper way is a little bit annoying to do. Once you do it, you know, or once you figure out what you're supposed to do, it's not too bad, but it's just vaguely a little annoying. And there's a couple of other things as well, like obviously having to play this whole level while kind of in madness and stuff, and instead of grounding myself is kind of more annoying sometimes, but it's not really like harder. Just kind of changes a couple of things, really. Where was... There's a, yeah, there it is. Let's grab the stuff out of this one again. Once we aggro the dude in here, there's more enemies that just kind of show up behind you, which we almost got killed by the other time, so we should try not to let that happen again. Seems like something which you can mostly do with guides. Yeah, for sure. People figure these things out quickly enough, or they data mine it, you know, one of the two. Want that. Take a hunger buster, I guess. Alright, now we can go back to the crafting table really quick just to try out the small shovel. The damage on it is pretty low. Alright, I think I'm just gonna not do that then. We'll keep the extra handle just in case for later, but we already have like a knife we can use for a backup. Way too much stuff on me. We're gonna have to like start getting rid of some stim packs probably at some point. The bat also, I think you can make like a nail bat. Like I can just tape the bat itself. We would need to add something to it probably. Wait, why does it say? Why does putting the bat in there make a bat? That's weird. Alright, I think I went the other way first, so let's do that and try to do the section we were doing last time when we died. Just try not to get killed this time, which might mean, again, that we take it a little slow and we make sure to kill... the shit that we need to, actually, now that I think about it, I should have saved my Molotovs for that. Oops. There's the sticky web fluid I was talking about before. I didn't think he was going to hit me from that angle.
I haven't kept in touch with Lita. She's not easy to find these days. I'm sorry about that. Hearing you got a little girl, that's incredible. I'm sorry you haven't been able to see her. I can't imagine how much that weighs on you. You need to focus on yourself first. Get your footing, your mind in a place where you can stand again. You've been to hell and back, and I know it's left scars, but it's good. No, it's reassuring to hear you're starting to mend. Hello, Mr. Scott. This is John Thomas from CW Medical. Just following up. We had a scheduled follow-up appointment a few weeks ago, but we haven't heard back from you. I hope everything's all right. If you decided to continue care elsewhere, that's perfectly fine. But if not, we would really recommend coming in for routine monitoring. It's important to stay ahead of any changes. If you get this message, please give us a call. We're here if you need us.
Alright. Back on the axe. I'm keeping the bat just in case, you know, we can maybe make like a nail bat or something later. I don't know that it'll be better than other stuff that I usually like to rock around with, but yeah, I was realizing I probably should have saved my Molotovs for that darkness section, just for the heck of it, just because it would make dealing with some of it easier. Okay, let's get back to where we were here. Axe's durability is already like half gone. I think this one runs out of durability a little bit faster than the pickaxe does, maybe. Using some very occasional stutter on my end, but I don't know if it's on my end. It's not ongoing or anything, just 1 second very occasionally. I think that might be on yours. It's hard to say because I'm not showing any dropped frames, but it's hard to say because, you know, there's also some aspects of this that are kind of jittery. Why do I still hear a dog? I thought I did. Alright, we made it back to where we were. We just have to now not fucking die to stupid ceiling spider things. Which again, is not that hard to do if you're not rushing, I guess. I just really shouldn't have tried to rush through the one spot. I thought it was smarter to do that and we'd save some ammo, but
the fragments should be nearby. Security measures have shut this facility down. I'll try to get the grid started up again from my end.
because yeah, if we die again, that's going to be a pretty major setback. if they changed these. I feel like these guys used to be easier to kind of cheese from like a crouch position, but I feel like that's not very easy to do now. I'm just not even gonna let these guys chase me back out of here when I come back through. We'll get more ammo. Although I would appreciate it if this was killing you. I don't know why it's not. Like I said, functionally, there's not really a lot of reason otherwise to kill them. Like, there's not, like, a lot of loot in here for you to get or anything. But it's just that once we start running around here, you know, obviously I just don't want to end up in the exact same situation that we ended up in. Because they 100% will just chase us back. Oh, I forgot the stupid fucking switch back there. Oops. Not here. Alright, we'll just draw them back this way and kill them then. Just to be extra safe about it. As much as I don't really enjoy it as much, it's kind of slow. Try this for a bit, but it's probably not going to do very much damage to them. If any. There's one more just fucking hiding there. I didn't even see him. Sneaky bitch. You come out here then. I think they only got one of them, unfortunately. Also, I'm not sure if they take less damage when their face is, like, closed or... let's quickly put this back on number 2 so we've got like something, because we used up like tons of ammo. I don't remember what my original strategy was when I went through here the first time. I do remember killing a lot of them, but it might have been easier to melee them or something. Because they might have changed it. Now it just feels like they just sort of spam bite the crap out of you. And again, we definitely are meant to not fight our way through it, but yeah, I just got super staggered and couldn't get the lighter lit again. Fortunately, I think that just continues making noise. But there's 2 of them. We gotta go get one on this side as well. This one has like these venting pipes, which I assume do damage to you. I don't think I've ever actually been hit by them before, but alright, that's both key fragments. That should mean, I think that's all for the shitty carnivorous ceiling spiders. For now, anyway. We'll see more later. All right. Success. Key made. All right.
The grid is back up and running. We can
Yippee.
proceed.
If only that could have happened just like a few minutes ago. There, the game started a tiny bit. So I'll take that because we're going to need to remake this axe pretty soon. I still haven't found any barbed wire for a little while yet, though. Oh, hello. Here's the gas cooker. I remembered there being one in this level. Run into some more monster meat or something, we can cook that. So we need to go that way too. This also leads back, doesn't it? Yeah, this is where I have not yet been, so maybe we should break the axe ahead of time because it's close to breaking. Yo, NRD, how's it going, buddy? I mean, we do have the knife for backup. Could also make like a backup pickaxe if we really want to. Also gotta drop some shit in general because we're carrying like way too much crap. What could we ditch at this point? There's not a lot I want to like straight up ditch. I just want to... Go. Fresh axe. I kind of wish you could just make Molotovs with, like, you know, whiskey and cloth like you do in a lot of games, but you have to have lighter fluid, which is not really very abundant, actually, in the game. still don't have any nails or anything to like affect the bat either, so. Alright, this way. Never heard of this game? It's a good little first person sort of action horror. I think the original version of Total Chaos might have been a mod. For another game, I forget which, but it was GGR to make. Like the one that just heals you and doesn't have any detriment. Total Chaos was originally a mod for Doom 2, Total Conversion mod. Yeah. So this is just its own game now. And it's pretty good. Like, I have some mild gripes with it, like very small nitpicks, but I've played it before, so this is not like a blind playthrough or anything. But I've not streamed it before, and I just kind of felt like streaming it after I played Creasol. You can see the Doom influence. Yeah. There'll be New Game Plus on March 2. Yeah, that'll be kind of cool to do, especially maybe with like something to do with like the challenge run stuff, if it lets you switch into survivalist mode from there or anything. But, you know, otherwise I'd want to just do like a survivalist challenge run at some point with, as in the challenge of survivalist, but maybe with some additional challenges on top. Alright, I've come across newspaper clippings of Fort Oasis. Everyone has moved away. The mine has apparently dried up. So there goes my ticket home. Fort Oasis is a barren wasteland. Everything I have ever wanted. It has all been taken away from me. Hello, buddy. Okay, he still got blown up. I wasn't sure if he was going to there. If he manages to throw it away fast enough, he won't necessarily. Sure, let's use that for a little bit. That's progress. What was this way again? So that opens up with the hallucinations, but doesn't seem to be anything else back there. All right. Okay. Alright, this way. I think on your way back through there, okay, don't hit the save point. On your way back through there, there's like an enemy like on that very narrow little portion. You gotta be careful. I think the phone might be above me. Alright, this rebar club is about broken. It does really good damage. It just breaks apart pretty quickly. Wow, he like zoomed around the corner to hit me. Pistol ammo. Contest that hit because he actually looked like he was staggered there, but I guess not.
Feels familiar, doesn't it? You loved this place once.
Knife spear.
Hi, Leanne Mills here. Your most recent message, was, I'm worried about isolation with you. You're staying inside, not getting out of the house, and that can be worrisome. It gets to be kind of like its own addiction. If you can, and it doesn't need to take up all your day, just make a point to go outside.
Oh wait, I don't want to do that.
And take a walk. I know that keeping to yourself in your house seems safe, but it ends up limiting your scope. You can just get too used to it. Just realize that outside the door, there are people who do care for you. I hope that you might call me for another session. I think it would be worth it. There's really only so much I can do from here, and we were really doing quite well.
Alright, we got
I know
another...
You have a lot on your mind. That's normal. Your thoughts don't define you. It would be great if we had time for a session. We had
She's a
process
yapper.
that seemed like a fine baseline for you, and that would be nice to kind of have as a goal. Remember, you're not trapped by your thoughts. You just have to let them pass. I hope you call me. Take care of yourself.
I don't go outside because of the people. Yeah, exactly. Alright, we got another CSTM pill, or C-stim as I like to call them. So that brings us up to 80, which is nice. We could make another Molotov here at some point. Alright, this section gets a little tricky in some spots. We have to be a little careful. I think the spider... the dark ceiling spider area is a little worse, but... careful because I'm getting very low on durability with this. We do have a bat we can use for backup, and then obviously our knife. But I would love it if we got more ammo. breakable wall there. Let's not use our axe at the moment then. Let's use something else. Reload this, but...
I'm glad you reached out again and kept this connection alive. That means a lot. Fort Oasis, it was beautiful. So many good memories. Moments I thought would last forever. It's hard to accept it's all gone now. Hey, listen. We're still here. We might be scattered, living different lives and walking different paths, but we haven't disappeared. You just have to find us again. And you can, Tyler. I know you can.
Sick. Knife repair kit we can use on our butcher knife. I don't think I've ever opened this one, so I'm gonna go ahead and use my bolt cutters for the last time. To see what's behind this door. So we need to find a fuse, I guess. That was a knife spear. Looks like if we can power this somehow, we can figure out where a fuse might be. I just wonder if there, because I don't think you can take the fuses with you at the end of that other level, you know, where we needed them, so I'm not sure how you get more. This thing has okay properties. Can use that once the axe breaks, I guess. But yeah, there's clearly stuff in that other, like, room beyond the gate. We would just need power to do something about it. I think an invisible wall might have stopped me just then. Nail box. We can maybe try making a nail bat then. Okay, sick. Revolver ammo. Take all of those. Alright, this will get mildly tricky over here once we take this key, because we're going to get a bunch of enemy spawns back this way. I think. Or is it just you? For some reason I remember there being more, but I might be thinking of a different area. The problem is we can't just shoot at it or something. We have to be, like, careful about how we fight. But if you try shooting, it just, like, sort of grabs your bullets out of the air. Alright, I'm gonna let you slowly make your way to me. So I don't have to fight you on those, like, super narrow planks. But I will kill him. They're just like listening to music when they're like hooked up to the ceiling like that or something. Oh, I can't believe I got tagged by that. Grabbing bullets, he's cheating, yep. Only I'm allowed to use guns and ammo in any sort of way, not you. Alright, we have both keys. We can finally make our way to the library, and then we'll be done soon after that. accidentally hit the save point. I just wish they wouldn't teleport away so much. Alright, get shanked. But, you know, you can consider that respectful. At least you didn't get hit with the nailed ballsack. What a time. Hey, Sammy, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was Creasol treating you today? Howdy, Maleficent and Moon. Hello, hello. Alright. Hopefully the knife is fast enough to deal with them. I don't want any of that dude's stuff. Hey, Nameless, thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm looking forward to some Resident Evil on Friday, probably, unless the release time is really weird. Oh, and thank you for the follow. But after playing Creasol, I kind of wanted to replay Total Chaos. I've never streamed it, but I played it for myself some time ago. Like, I had purchased the game with the intention of streaming it, but, you know, because I was taking such a long break from streaming and been focused on game dev stuff, I just never quite had a good chance to stream it before. But yeah, for whatever reason, Creasol kind of made me want to play this again on stream, so here we are. And I'm currently doing everything slightly harder. I'm not on the hardest possible difficulty of like survival mode where everything's like super scarce, but we are going for the quote-unquote good ending, which requires that you do a bunch of additional stuff that makes the overall playthrough harder. Knife broke. I mean, I guess I could shotgun you, but I could also just hit you in the head with a rock. Ow, ow. Damn, he's not dying. I just didn't want to use any ammo on him. There we go. Creasol was good today. I played a good chunk of Chapter 2. Nice. Did you get any new weapons yet? I'm trying to remember. It's been a bit already. How quickly you get everything. I feel like it took a while to get, like, more than the first couple. I think we have all but the final weapon. Alright, nice. Yeah, the pistol's kind of like, it's kind of like with Dead Space, it's kind of like the easy bread and butter sort of weapon of the game, I would say. I guess we'll use the knife spear since we found it and it's usable. Oh, I should really reload this too. Not familiar with this one, looks fun though. Is it pretty linear? Yeah, relatively so. If it's something you're interested in playing at some point, it's it's a game that's like fully expanded into its own game now, but it used to be a Doom 2 mod way back in the day. Well, not way back, like 2018, I guess. That was like a total conversion mod. So this is just its own game now, that came out earlier this year. But it's pretty good. I have like a couple of little nitpicks with it, but as like a kind of like inventory management Tarkov style sort of game, where you have to like manage a handful of things, and otherwise be sort of like a horror brawler shooter. I don't know if I'd call it survival exactly, but it does have survival mechanics, and you craft weapons and shit like that, because things break, but it's a fun game. There was a guy up there. Yeah, our character is currently hallucinating a bunch of shit at the moment because it's necessary for me to be hallucinating as part of the good ending path thing at the moment, so. Alright, don't interact with the save point. We can make a new axe, and we should also repair that butcher knife. So I think it's slightly better than the regular knife. I'm not sure. Okay, but I heard stuff. Do I not have any empty? I guess not. Almost saved it. I'm not allowed to save it for the rest of this level. If you're wondering why. We ended after the move the meat puzzle. Oh, yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Not sure if this knife spear breaks, if I'll just get another knife. It'll probably give me a broken knife, though. Considering we just found this one. Moving looks similar to the Vermintide games. Yeah, I kind of get what you mean by that. I've only played Vermintide 2, but and not for like super long, but
I know there are things you keep turning over in your head. Dark truths, regrets, letting them twist and drag out. It's not what you need right now. What you need is to heal, to get better. The past, it won't give you anything but more suffering. Don't let yourself drown in it. I know you, Tyler. You're stronger than you think. I've seen it. You've been through more than anyone should ever have to face. But you've always found a way to come through. You always survive.
okay, so this is... I don't really get to show this off entirely since we're doing the good path. Since we're hallucinating, this puzzle, it doesn't exactly solve itself, but it changes the way the puzzle works. I was reaching through the cold and unexpectedly found a distant embrace, but my world was fractured by the weight of broken things. I was banished with nothing but silence between us, left to fester in a room without doors, all alone in a dying world. Through the cold. Anyway, so what you're supposed to do, we have to find a nameplate as well, but you're supposed to match up all these nameplates with like books you find out in this maze that's out here. And they'll be in like individual little marked mausoleums with these symbols, so you have to kind of match up the book names with the mausoleum symbol and then come back and try to get it in the right order here. But when the call ended there, all these gates opened. That doesn't normally happen. Normally this doorway is open right here, and I think it's maybe just that spot, maybe over on the other side too, but you have to go through this big maze. There's this huge monster out here, which maybe we'll catch a glimpse of, that chases you around through the maze, and you have to kind of hide from it. And as you work your way through the maze, you come back through these, like, back areas like this to collect, you know, the nameplate that I just picked up, as well as look at books. So that's right on all on the dying world. And then you hit all these levers to kind of open things up. So this would be marked, but I think the note kind of just lays out the order for you when you're doing this way. Maybe. I'm not sure. Let's see what it says in the note. How do I get to my... Oh, it's journal. Yeah, so that should be the correct symbol for that one. Because normally when you come down here and you're not hallucinating, if you've grounded yourself, then you have to piece this together completely differently. I don't... There is a note here, but I don't think it spells out the symbols for you. You have to kind of match shit together. Because this text is here too. This does seem pretty neat. I like the overall look of it too. Probably not on console. I'm not sure. I'm not aware if it's on console or not. It might be. But, you know, it came out, like I said, earlier this year. Let's back that up. And I know it's on Steam, because that's what I have it on, but I don't know for sure if it's on console or not. So that's Elena. For a room without doors. Yeah, that normally would be open. I'm not sure if we'll get to see the monster or not. I think maybe we can, but maybe not. We may have to just kind of brute force some aspects to it. What's this? Okay. But yeah, I don't know. You'd have to look it up to see. Broca's, the silence between us. And Adel is distant embrace. So silence between us. So I think we said that was Roca. So we just need the like fern one and this one on the end, which I could probably just brute force maybe, but let's just walk back over here. If it's not anything else over here, then it's through that other tunnel. Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll get to glimpse the monster or not. I can't remember if you can actually wander out there at all. When you're hallucinating, it doesn't look like you can, but maybe. It's a little unfortunate because it'd be nice to show, but oh well. Because it's pretty messed up looking. And it's rather big. Yeah, it looks like it's all blocked off. Alright. The weight of broken things, John Mathos. So Mathos is the fern, and then whatever's left is the remaining one. So yeah, otherwise, the way this works, like I said, this is open. None of those gates start off open. You have to go through this big maze, and it's just a giant library shelf maze. There's piles of books everywhere. And there's this huge, I don't know what to really describe it as. Like a huge overgrown horse-like creature, you know, humanoid horse, I guess. Maybe a spider horse? I don't know. It's crawling around kind of above you. And you have to make your way into the various, like, mausoleums with these markers, but there's, like, little signage things pointing to where they might be, so you have to kind of work your way through the maze. And then you have to run into little hiding spots if that thing sees you and gets close, or it will, I guess, just eat you up really quickly.
You think there's something gained by avoiding it?
But yeah, so
What lies down here won't disappear.
he's disappointed, of course, because we've done the good thing, sort of.
Sooner or later, it will come for you. And you will have to face it.
Alright. But yeah, so I guess it just makes it much easier to do the puzzle if you suffer through the entire level in madness, so that you never ground yourself, then the ending puzzle is much easier and takes way less time. There's also normally a save point right next to it, but it's covered up by all the extra debris. But okay, that's finally done. Let's see, it's not quite 4 o'clock. I guess we can keep going for a bit. Alright, so the next, I think this is the one with the big tree creature, which this one is the first one I even realized there was kind of an alternate way of doing things, because this one almost sort of spells it out for you. Like the voice on the radio wants you to turn all these valves in order to kill the creature, but I accidentally walked past one and he got mad at me for doing it. And I was like, why the fuck are you pissed off? Like, I haven't even left the area yet. And that made me, it clued me into the idea that there was a different way to do things in the first place.
It's done.
And this is chapter 6, so
Every scar, every failure, every word that has been twisted is now yours to carry. Don't pretend it didn't leave its mark. The sooner we reach the mines, the sooner we can put a stop to this madness. Together. The pump station. It's not far from here.
I don't remember if cooked meat cans are particularly good. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I guess they heal you for more. I want to get rid of this thing. But we need other stuff. That's good enough. Okay. Anyway, yeah, the problem is that I had found out all the way in chapter 6 that there was like a different way to do things, which was by then obviously too late for me to get any of the other requirements. So I had to get the kind of default bad ending the first time, and then I got the good ending the second time. But yeah, like there's a couple of things towards getting the good ending that are a little annoying maybe, but overall it doesn't really make the game like unenjoyable or anything if you want it. Their nail box. There is a recipe somewhere for like a bomb you can make with nails. I think it's probably like nails and some sort of canned food, and then maybe you need lighter fluid or something. All right, we can go back to saving it again. Thank fuck. So if I die, I don't have to redo the entire level, or worse, go back to the previous level. Is the kind of game that incentivizes or pushes for repeat play, or is it that just more your choice? I would say it's more your choice, because the only difference is just the ending, and it does kind of give you a slightly sort of different playthrough, but it's not so different. Like there's other choices you can kind of make in each playthrough. Like there's classic survival horror bolt cutters you can get to cut chains in one level, but if you they have like a limited use to them. So if you don't cut every chain that comes across, that you come across in that level, you can kind of save it for some later levels and use it to open other doors. But the point is, like, that's just something that you can do on another playthrough if you want. It's not like it's going to be a necessary thing, you know? And I would say, honestly, outside of achievement hunting or whatever, hey, buddy. Outside of achievement hunting, the good ending, both of the endings are pretty short. It's just that the default ending is like very definitively bad. Like, there's not really any other way to look at it. The good ending is more obviously good, but it's super short, so it's not like it's like super satisfying to get necessarily. It's more just if you want to. But I mean, I would recommend playing it if you like what you see. Oh yeah, I wanted to try making a nail bat, that's right. You know, just sometime. Okay, it doesn't let me dash when I'm in the mud. It snuck up on me. Okay. The spear, it's cool, but it does kind of like make you lunge forward in ways that kind of getting me into trouble a little bit. Don't throw your weapons at me. Hey, you're using the fence. That's no fair. You got like an invisible wall protecting you. A little too late for that, but I think it blew up anyway. Yeah, okay, good. He didn't throw it. They're not realistic dogs, but I still don't enjoy the dog noises, I'll say that much. I will definitely endeavor, if I keep making games in the long run, there will be no realistic dog enemies in my games. Weird demonic undead dogs that don't make super dog-like noises? Sure. I can do that. This guy. It's a fucking shotgun. Cool. He's dead. Take your ammo. Alright, this thing's close to breaking. I picked up a backup axe just in case, although this one's still a full durability, so probably won't really need it. I think we can probably let go of this at this point. See, like here, there's a chain we could open. I still don't know how you get extra fuses in this game, though, because we already went through a level where there's fuses. Not that it matters, because we can't get on the other side of this anyway, since I've already used up my bolt cutters. Washed up. I was working as a Coast Guard. I received a distress call from a damaged offshore boat. After packing my belongings, I left to attempt a rescue. A great storm approached my boat, became damaged, and stranded me at sea. I lay on the deck of my boat waiting for rescue, but nobody came. Then they came for me. Weird sentence to follow that up with. A boat from a nearby mining colony saved me. They took me back to Fort Oasis. I stayed recovered, and each one of them welcomed me without hesitation. After helping me fix my boat, I was hesitant to leave. I have finally found a place I can call home, somewhere I have found peace. I do not plan to return. something. So we definitely can make a nailed bat. Can I add tape to it now? No, it still doesn't let you. Maybe if we find barbed wire, we can barbed wire a nailed bat, but other than as a backup, I don't know that that's going to be a weapon we really want to keep. Let's just see how it swings, because I think it's... Oh no, it's actually pretty fast. Thought it'd be slower. The charge on it is actually quite fast. Alright. Cool. Slowly building ammo back up.
Find a way over this chasm.
I don't know if you can actually kill those invisible dudes with this particular, like, infinite harpoon thing that you get to launch from here, but we just needed to lower that and raise the, or sorry, lower that and destroy that thing. It doesn't really look like it. It's okay. That does not have a lot of ammo. What happened to the... Did he explode? Did I get, like, super lucky? Oh, I think I did. That's cool. So, to explain what just happened, or what I think happened... I killed one of those invisible enemies, like this guy right up here, but one of these, like, psychic dudes spawns in when you get part way up the hill, and, oh, how did I... Oh, never mind. Apparently him dying and exploding actually killed that guy. I think. I'm not entirely sure, but that was not really something that was supposed to happen necessarily. Reload. I'm actually trying to use the guns a little bit more than I did in my first couple playthroughs, because they do give you, like, a decent enough amount of ammo. Not tons, but... but enough that you shouldn't necessarily conserve it all the time.
Lita and Ryan. Those smug fucking faces. Watching me. Smirking at every step and every stumble. They'll see soon enough. They'll rot. They'll rot all the same. I think it's time I drag them down to my level. Down into the filth with me, letting them choke on the suffering. Choke on the suffering they left me to drown in.
Edgy. So we get another C-stem, so we're at 83 now. Sick. Alright, we're supposed to go that way. I'm gonna go up here really quick just to preemptively clear some stuff. I might drop an axe over here just for later. Let me put it like on the path so I can see it. Because we already have this nail bat as a backup, so rather than just carrying 2 axes, because we got to get through the spear, then I might use the bat for the fun of it. Because I'm trying to wait until we find some barbed wire to put on the axe to make it better. Mr. Edgy Cereal or Spree Killer. Yeah. Put a frame dippage there. Grr. Right, that guy has a shotgun. Well, he's dead now. Works. Small wooden handle. That's just like, it like blends in with the fence. I guess that's on purpose. We already have one, so I think I'll just hold off. Oh. Spear broke. Let's give the bat some usage here. I think it actually straight up did give me a working knife. Yeah, it straight up did. I had assumed it would give me a broken one. In that case, I might ditch the current broken knife, because there's no reason to carry 2, really. Unless we want to make it into something else, but... Well, I suppose that's a possibility. I'll hold on to it. Ouch. Anyway, I'm just, I'm going over here. We'll have to come back here later, but I just want to preemptively clear some of these dogs out. So we're gonna have to run through this later. So I think there's a new enemy up here that you guys haven't seen yet. Although it might not show up until later, I'm not sure. Let's see. Harpoons, I guess I'll take those. Come on. Come on. Don't want your scissors unless I'm gonna throw them at something. Yep, there he is. You guy. Nope. A bit Dead Spacey, yeah.
The power's out. We won't be able to operate the pumps without it. You need to get to the nearby generators to gain access to this station.
Probably don't really, yeah, we don't need more wood glue. What's this? The map of the place, kinda. Cancel hunger, like a hunger buster. G.R.R. Martin. So, GGR is a big heal, and I think, and then GRR is turn off hunger for a bit. How did that not stagger you? You Dead Spacey, Silent Hill 2 mannequin. How embarrassing must it be to be like this weird electric wraith thing and you just get your ass beat with a fucking baseball bat? I mean, it's got nails. I'll give it that, but okay, and it's broken. Speed that. Oh, you son of a bitch! That was so rude. I think you deserve to get something for that. Maybe we'll just use a knife. Yeah. I don't think the bat really leaves anything behind, which is good. I kind of like it when my inventory cleans itself out. So I have way too much shit as it is. Let's just absolutely go nuts on some energy drinks. Alright, I guess it's axe time, because I don't think I really have much of anything else unless we want to use our knives, which we can. They're still good. I don't want the monster meat. Didn't see it a head at first. I'm blaming my small screen. Yeah, they have heads in between all of that other stuff there. Yeah, they kind of expect you, I think, to sort of start going that way. Are you just chilling up there? I don't know if I ever noticed that before. Wow. I think the invisible wall kind of saved him there. Again, that's the type of dude that can just, like, catch the bullets and throw them back at you, so... Small spade. That missed me, but stop throwing shit. So they will straight up throw that thing if you let them, but after you've ignited it, that is. Pipe. But if you get away from them a bit and get around line of sight, then usually they'll just end up blowing themselves up. Shotgun shells, sick. I definitely do want to try this on survivalist mode, just to see how much more scarce the resources are, because even, I mean, obviously I've played the game, so I have a bit of an advantage of just kind of knowing certain things, but, like, I have way too many medkits and shit, frankly, so it would definitely be interesting to see what it's like when you don't really have a lot, because I still think the game is challenging without being on survivalist mode, but or can be at least. I don't know what's up with this little alcove there.
You feel it, don't you? This place isn't just around you anymore. It's becoming you, taking hold. Soon, there won't be anything left of the person who first stepped ashore. And it's probably better this way. Embrace the madness.
Alright, thankfully we have save points on this one because we have another easy to die section coming up here. Alright, I'm just gonna ignore that handle. Debating whether or not I should even go back, but I think they give you a save point just inside here, so I think we should be okay. But even if we do die, we won't have to repeat the whole level like the other time, so should be all good. Right, we would have needed the bolt cutters for this bit here. Looks like there's just there's a breakable wall in there too. Oh well. One of these days I'll have to just like see if there's like a mod for like infinite bolt cutters just to see what all of the different treasures are, because I'm probably never gonna remember where they are if I ever, you know, play it again. I guess I don't really need to make anything. I thought I was gonna do something. We have like way too many rags. I should probably drop some, although they don't weigh much. Let's just keep going. Alright, here goes nothing. Single shell.
That lurker. Nothing you carry will stop it. The water in the catacombs is foul and tainted, but if we can redirect it to the hydroponic systems, we might be able to spread the disease and choke this place. 4 conduits feed into the main line. And if we can adjust each valve, we can change the flow. One is nearby.
I love that this guy just like reversed Homer Simpson's his way out of the middle of the hedge, like, you know, like you do. Just about at the part where shit's about to get a little spicy again. Okay, that's just a dead end. Hey, thanks for hanging, Robin. Have yourself a great night. Appreciate you being here. Sleep well. Alright. Save it, and then we get ready for another chase section up here. Okay. Which way are you again? That way. Come on and catch up to me. You'll never catch me. You can hear how fast she's stepping, though. So that's just to loop around for her, but there's going to be more of them. Including one from where we fucking came from. Okay, now we get to the kind of like tricky bit here. Let them group up with each other. There's another one there. Stay grouped up, please. Thank you. Now, if you don't know where they're gonna be, you just fucking will blunder right into one of these ladies. and then you'll get exploded. There's not really any way to like dodge away from it. They just kind of kill you. This is the right way, I think it is. I'm actually really happy to be playing with mouse and keyboard for once, because like I said, I'm pretty sure I played on controller my first time, but you can't quick turn quite like this on controller, so it's very handy. Alright, we got through it just fine. Hey, there's our barbed wire, okay. I don't want that, and just gonna get rid of some of these rags because we have way too many. Now, since we have barbed wire, and there will probably be a crafting station here pretty soon, I might just go ahead and break this axe soonish. Another knife repair kit? I mean, I'll take it and I'll repair the other knife, just so we have it, but I might end up dropping it at some point anyway. Or we can save it to repair this one when it breaks, I guess. But yeah, because the butcher knife is a little stronger, not by a ton, but a little bit. But yeah, like, you need a full knife, I think, to make into a knife spear, and a broken knife lets you make the hook shiv.
There. The first valve. Turn it.
Yeah, so this is where I realized that there was like an alternate path, because I didn't turn that right away. I started walking this way and he was like, "What are you doing?" And I was just like, "Oh wait, do I have the option to not turn it? Why would that be?" Life back on the mainland, has not gone as smoothly as I would have hoped. Sure, the therapy was a success and I have a new chance at life, but I can't be happy. I miss being at sea. I'm at Fort Oasis. Lita, my friends. Could I go back? Nobody is there anymore. They're all gone. I sure as hell don't want to remain in this place. How does one make new friends when you are too scared to even look people in the eye? I need help. Here we go. Yeah, let's quickly make a new axe, which means we gotta spend a minute here real quick just breaking this one. Wheezing. Alright. Head, handle, wood glue, tape to reinforce, barbed wire for even more damage. Finally, we have the completed axe. We'll find another knife repair kit probably, so yeah, let's just do this to get rid of some weight. And then if one of these knives break when we, if we happen to use it or whatever, or if we want, we can make one into a spear again or something. Alright, so we're not going to turn the valve. I'm just going to head on that way. I don't know. I still don't remember really where you find, like, the recipe for the little DIY bombs that you can make.
The valve.
Yeah. He actually calls it out, which is what clued me in. Is this one of the scrap butcher axes? Okay. Alright. Nothing will really change until the end of the level. It's just that they kind of call that out there is all. There he is.
What do you think it is that you can achieve by letting that thing roam this place? You're making a mistake. It won't
Valve
solve
number
anything.
2 we're gonna ignore. You do have to like keep moving if you try to backtrack. Well, he does close ways behind you anyway, but beyond that, like you'll get kind of pinched in if you're not careful. Alright, let me... This is number 2 momentarily.
That wooden wall. Find a way to break it down.
Where'd he go? No, we gotta go find the lever. It just seemed like he sort of floated into place a little bit there, but... Down, down. Mud, no, okay.
Get back to the pump station. We can get inside now. When you reach it, be prepared.
It would be nice for the damage reduction, but I'm not gonna wear it. I like having the extra carry weight. I like being able to move more than I like having damage reduction. Actually gonna sneak these bullets through here. Little teehee. That's actually the one I just realized on the other side of that chain too. So I don't know what's behind the breakable wall, but at least as far as the ammo is concerned, you can just sneak it through the bars there. Shortcuts. Alright, now we gotta go back up. This is why I like eliminated some of the enemies here. Well, you actually have to come up here anyway, because you have to get the lever, but the lever handle. Still nothing to really make right now. More barbed wire, sick. I have too many med kits, man. This is just too much. It's actually slowing me down now.
TJ, this is Mark. Thanks for reaching out to us. We're extremely relieved to hear that you're safe and the community of Fort Oasis was able to rescue you after your boat ran aground. We also received confirmation that the original call-out you were responding to has been resolved with no casualties. You can rest easy on that front. We'll give you as much time as you need to recover from the ordeal. And regarding your sudden resignation, we understand you wish to stay at Fort Oasis permanently. It's sad to see you go, but we want what's best for you. Please take care of yourself.
Well, we'll hold on to what we have for the moment, although we probably don't really need a lot of these blues. Alright. Yeah. Oop, that's the wrong gun. Oh, I think he might have thrown that there, but I'm not sure. Either way, he still managed to blow himself up anyway. Oh, I see. I was like, why are they struggling to get through the door? It's because his corpse was kind of blocking it a little bit. Alright. Put that in the proper slot. I was wondering if maybe you could see him out there, but I don't think so. Because I threw a tree through the window. Actually, Stimpaks are another thing. Yeah, I have way too many. This is another 2.5. It's not a crazy amount, but I'm just gonna drop that entire stack of 50 because I'm just not gonna use them all. Not when I have this many medkits and shit. And there's a point in the game where you kind of like clear out your inventory anyway, so this is why I'm saying like you don't really need to worry about hanging on to everything for like the end game or anything. Alright, he starts kind of breaking the floor here as it's like hammering on the outside of the building, so take some Stimpaks. I just don't want like a stack of 50 of them. That's just way too much. What's up, fellas? Alright. Nothing else to be done about it. got a little over aggressive there, but it's fine. Use up our health kits. That's what they're there for. Let's drink one of these.
The pump station has power, but we will need to reset the pumps manually before we can drain the catacombs.
Alright, so in this section, we can't really progress until we interact with certain valves. But they're not the same as the other, like, hydro pump valves. So it's okay if we interact with those. Hello, sir. Oh, and sir. Ow, rude. Whoa. Settle down there, necromorph. I'm surprised that still killed him, because I thought I heard him throw it, but maybe he didn't throw it very far. Alright, let's see. So... is broken. I guess I'll take another handle, because this axe is going to break pretty soon. And we do have more barbed wire, actually, so that'll be fine. Alright, let's save it. So yeah, we have to get the pump control room open in order to open this exit, but like I said, there's other pipes that aren't really going to be working properly, so we have to mess with other valves in addition to all that. So the GGR was stamina, I think. Let's do GRR. Wait, hold on. Let me look at what I have. Button. Yeah, so... Oh, it's GG is just health but causes bleeding. So maybe it is GGR then. It's unfortunate that it doesn't tell you there. Yeah, so this is just a big heal then. But we can still make one of these. They're definitely lighter weight, so I don't mind carrying those around as much as a bunch of compound. This one temporarily stops hunger and reduces a bunch of hunger, so... I don't really feel like I even need the blues, so I think I'm just going to drop them. Hey, thanks for hanging, Sammy. Thanks again for the raid as well. I appreciate you very much. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. I think it's Tuesday, right? Yes. Yeah, hopefully I can tune in for some Creasol tomorrow if you're streaming that again. Definitely want to see how you get on with the playthrough. We're gonna have to deal with more of these stupid ceiling spider thingies down here, I think. Thankfully we've got some ammo. There's some parts where they're just kind of there, but they're not really gonna bother you. Because they can't they can't really reach you. This room they definitely can. try to get past you. We did just save it, so I'm not worried if we die. Not that worried anyway. Yeah, so they can't really follow me down here, so... And then those ones are up way too high to be able to do anything, so... They look menacing, but they, can't do shit. Now, there are some other ones that can reach us, but... Have to worry about those just yet. Soon. Come on over this way, fellers. Yeah, there's one, like, right out here that will, like, start biting your ass real quickly. Come on, light. There we go. That was, like, what I was referring to before, where like one of those killed me in a previous playthrough. It's not like my health was low, but I just couldn't get the lighter to light because he just kept hitting me for one. But so this is very much a gamers don't look up moment, but for this, which you do need to close, but it's interesting because when you come down here, you won't know that that's there unless you look up at it, for one, but like I said, you won't know that you need to close it in the first place. I wonder if it lets you do that ahead of time. I think it probably should. The other reason why it's interesting, though, is that you'll eventually figure out you need to come back down here and open this up, but then there's an enemy that's there when you do, so... Alright, let's go open up the pump room. Straight pipe.
One of those pumps is failing to engage. Try looking for a broken pipe. Good. The pumps are back up and running. The catacombs will be free for you to pass through. They go deep under the island and the sea. Once you get down there, I will no longer be able to contact you until you resurface.
I was wondering, because the area where that other valve is right down there, so I was just wondering if you could actually see the enemy, like, spawn from up here, but it doesn't look like it. But we don't need to go back down because this is already open, so we're good to go. I might want to just make a new axe right now, since this is about to break. There we go. A little bit of weight. Okay, let's go. So convenient, yeah. I probably should have looked around for a wooden handle, but...
This won't solve
oh well. We'll find another one. And we have knives and shit to back things up anyway, so... fairly certain at some point he chases us again, I think. There's some stuff up here to grab, but then we're gonna get chased again. Or, no, sorry. I guess he's just gone. Just check over here, make sure there's nothing to loot. Nope. Pretty squelchy out here. So weirdly, in order to progress, you have to go this way, which the reason that stands out to me as weird is, this is the way we had to go already when we ran away from the big tree lurker. You quite literally go into this exact same tunnel. But for some reason it's different now. Which confused me in my first playthrough because I didn't really know quite where I was supposed to go at first. Until I went there and was like, oh, the ending is just here for some reason. I'm not sure why they didn't just like add a new little door to open with a key item or something. Or just have the exit be like a little sooner after the pump or something. Let's see. Should I continue? I think we should probably just hold off. There's technically 3 chapters left, including this one. None of them are especially short, so I think we'll see if I can get time before Friday to maybe finish it up. If we finish it up in a pretty, like, it'll probably just be a bit of a shorter stream. Like, not super short, but, you know, just shorter. But if it does somehow end up being particularly short, if we get time for all that, then maybe we can just do some eugenics or something, just for fun. But yeah, if I don't get a chance, because I think we're going to wrap it up here. If I don't get a chance to, we will stream probably on Friday when RE9 comes out, assuming that the release time is reasonable. You know, if for some reason it doesn't release until like late in the afternoon or something, for me, that would be really weird. But if it did, I don't know if I'll stream on release day. It might not be until the following day, or which would be Saturday, in which case I have to run errands in the morning. So if that happens, I might be a little bit late or something. But either way, I'm planning to stream Friday, you know, presumably, and then probably some more over the weekend, or just in general here and there, until we're finished with RE9, and then I will probably retreat back into the game dev shadows a little bit. But if we're not finished with this playthrough by the time we start RE9, then I will come back and do an extra stream to finish this at some point, before I get like too, you know, kind of lurky again. But I do want to stream a little bit more now, so even though the game dev stuff is still going much slower than I'd like for it to be, but, you know, I miss it, and I just want to make time for it, at least here and there. It may not be very consistent. There may be weeks where I don't do anything. But I will try to keep y'all in the loop on the Discord at the very least. If not elsewhere, wherever I see you. So yeah, I think that'll do it for now. Unfortunately, I don't think I really have anyone on to raid, so I think we will just go ahead and leave it here. But yeah, this has been fun. Thanks for checking out the game with me, even though I've already checked it out myself. But yeah, okay, we did save it. Let me just save again anyway. But yeah, we'll finish this either in the next couple of days if I get a chance to stream again before Friday. I would guess maybe Thursday, if that's likely at all. And if not, then we will come back and finish it after we're finished with RE9. So in like a week or two, whenever that is. But yeah, y'all take good care of yourselves. Thank you so much for hanging. I appreciate it. Sammy, thanks again for the raid. Everybody, thanks for hanging. Yeah, I will see you Friday, if not before, either for Resident Evil 9 or the rest of this. But yeah, until then, take good care of yourselves. I'll see you on the next one. Peace.